Ladies and gentlemen, the clerk advises me that there's about 1 minute to go before I call this meeting officially to order. We do have an overflow room downstairs this evening, just in case it gets too crowded in here, and there's a capacity limit here. Anybody and everybody that's listed as a delegation, regardless whether you're in the council chamber or in the overflow room, you will be heard. I know there is a public meeting as well, so that goes for the listed delegations and the public meeting portion of it. And I'm also well aware that there's at least 1 or 2 individuals that missed the deadline for delegations. I know one of my colleagues is prepared to move that we hear from those individuals, and I'm certainly as one individual who will be on the floor prepared to second that to make sure that everybody he or she is heard this evening. So with that, Madam Clerk, I suspect that it is now 7 o'clock, and I will call this October 23rd, 2023 council meeting officially to order. And I would ask you please to stand and join with me in a moment of flag and read the traditional and acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we gather on is part of the treaty lands and territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Recognize the traditional territory of the Huron and the Haudenosaunee people. We also acknowledge the First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people who live on these lands today. We commit to working towards reconciliation. Thank you. Madam Clerk, any agenda announcements and or amendments?
Yeah, I have a few announcements. On Friday, October 20th, a revised agenda was posted to the town website, the addition of registered delegations that had been received. Later on tonight's agenda, we have 2 statutory public meetings scheduled. The first meeting is with regard to official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications by Milton Developments Limited, applicable to lands known municipally as 8010 to 8015 Dairy Road West, Milton. The second meeting is with regard to zoning bylaw amendment application by Mattamy West Limited, applicable to lands located at the northwest corner of Britannia Road and Regional Road 25. During the course of the live meeting, members of the public who wish to speak on these public meetings can connect via phone only by dialing a dedicated phone number 1-866-511-0021, or they can email townclerk@milton.ca They'll be given step-by-step instructions on how to enter and participate in the meeting. Any members of the public who are present in person will also be given an opportunity to speak. These instructions will be provided again at the point of the agenda where we will be holding the public meetings, and information about how to connect will be scrolling across the live stream video. Lastly, staff have received a delegation request after the registration deadline for this evening's meeting from Bill Reynolds with respect to staff report comms 1023, fireworks sales, distribution, and discharge review. We've received a request from Kranthi Gangavarapu to speak as a delegation with respect to staff report comms 1023 regarding fireworks sales, distribution, and discharge review. Since these requests were received after the deadline, motions to waive the rules to allow these delegations to speak will be required. These motions have been prepared and are with the chair for council's consideration later on in the agenda.
Madam Clerk, are there any disclosure by any member of council this evening? Seeing as the practices of council, I will be vacating the chair in a very few brief moments. Councillor Chandler will be conducting the good portion of the agenda this evening. And I'm also well aware that he has a motion that he's going to be bringing forward under the fireworks and report. So I will be assuming the chair from down in Councillor Chandler's spot. So just in case anybody's wondering any confusion, because you cannot debate or cannot move motions when you're sitting in the chair. So Councillor Chandler has reached out to myself. That could happen, and it's not unusual. That does happen when any one of us that he or she wishes to address an item, especially when you're in the chair. So for those that are following at home and those here, that's going to be the process of this evening. So with that, this portion of the meeting is now adjourned, and Councillor Chandler, if you will assume the chair, members of council, ladies and gentlemen, give us about 2 minutes and we'll get reorganized. Thank you.
Good evening. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Best, seconded by Councillor Malbouf, that consent items 4.1 to 4.5 be approved. Is there any member of council who wishes? Yes, Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to pull out 4.4.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, Councillor Ali, 4.4.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment and congratulate staff on this wonderful report. I am really happy to see. I know that the previous council was really focused on getting data, and through this report, Andy and his team have been able to give us really good, precise data, which will help us measure our growth in the right way. I wanted to give Andy an opportunity to say a few words if he wanted to share any words.
So thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I'm lucky enough to put my pen to the authorship, but it's really a testament to my SMT colleagues and my fellow directors as well in terms of pulling all of this together, and also the results that have been achieved over the last 2 years in terms of starting to pull this data and really using this data. As an organization, we continue to strive to be an organization that uses data, manages and monitors data, and uses that to really drive performance. So just congratulations all around to everybody. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity for speaking.
Any other comments from staff? Okay. We've discussed everything in under consent. You've heard the motion. All in favor? It's carried. A couple things, basically of a house cleaning nature with respect to delegations. First thing is, as Mayor Krantz indicated, there are two additional delegates who wish to address council this evening, but we need a motion approved by council that permits that. And so I have two motions. Moved by Councillor Ali, seconded by Mayor Krantz, that the pertinent rules contained in section 7.9 procedure bylaw 007-2019 to permit the delegation of Bill Rhino with staff report comms-010-23 re fireworks sales, distribution and discharge review. Are there any questions with respect to this motion? All in favor? It's carried. Similarly, moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by Mayor Krantz, that the pertinent rules contained in section 7.9 of procedure bylaw 007-2019 be waived to permit the delegation of Kranthi Angavarapu with respect to staff COMS-0-3 re fire sales, distribution and discharge review. Any questions? All in favor? It's carried. The other matter involves who comes up as a delegate first. With council's support, to move the second, third, and fourth delegations to the first three. And so we'll hear about the subject declaration of intimate partner violence, an epidemic from the first three delegates, and then we'll hear the fireworks sales, distribution, and discharge review delegates. Does anybody have any objection to that? Okay, so we'll move forward then. I have listed as the first delegate. Yeah, I didn't have that list. Okay. I have Zara Saeda. Saeda, come forward to the microphone, please. And if you could provide council with your name and your physical address, that would be great. And remembering that 5 minutes maximum. And the other delegates, if you don't mind, listen very carefully to the first presentation and perhaps, if possible, not repeating what you've heard. As tonight, at this point, we have about an hour and a half worth of delegations before we get to the business of the day. So, please.
Good honorable members. My name is Zayeda, and I work with Canada as their Milton shelter manager and their GTA assistant shelter managers. Our organization holds and caters to vital issues such as provide space. We have a food bank set up like a grocery store. We also provide casework and counseling and therapy as well as foster care. Our organization strives to who are of issues such as partner violence, homelessness, and poverty. Due to this, I come across numerous women and stories almost every day where we come to see how this certainly is a rising issue. Issues such as intimate partner violence in the motion is a rising issue in our society. Along what walk of life she comes from, it impacts them in large volumes. You could say that it's economically strong, financially independent, but if they do come across such a situation, it does bring them to a depth where they would require support from society. Women from all walks of life are vulnerable to such circumstances, and simply the recognition of this becoming an epidemic is certainly a step forward. However, what I would like to shed light on is that there are several women in our society that face such tragedies but hold back in reaching out to services and organizations that support to spaces. This is because we live in a country where people from all backgrounds, ethnicities, religions are welcome with open arms. And due to this, there are often barriers that they face in terms of reaching out to such organizations of support and help. They are hesitant. I've come across countless women who have said and told me their stories of how they have reached our organization. Stories tell us were reaching to organizations lack of acknowledgement of their intersectional identities is the reason why they were stuck and maintained the toxic cycle of an intimate partner and in being an intimate partner of institution. So there's recognition of their intersectionality not only a step back, but also creates a large gap in progress that people like us, like groups like us, are striving to work towards in order to combat issues as such. What I would highlight is what I would like to highlight is that while the concept of sisterhood and the zest to combat issues such as patriarchy and femicide is what binds members of society like us together, it also is important for us to recognize that until or unless we recognize people from all walks of life are in need of support, and we must maintain an organization and a system where they're able to be supported within the comfort of their identity, we will not be able to progress. I would like to highlight that it is vital for services and organizations catering to women in intimate violence and abuse, physical, emotional, abuse, to acknowledge their ethnic and religious identities and create a system and pathway that allows them to be helped within their comfort zone. This is certainly not to say that we are meant to marginalize anybody or to create a divide, but it is simply to recognize that because we live in a society where people from all walks of life belong, it is important to make sure that every individual feels safe and open enough to practice their beliefs, their ethnicities, be comfortable in their identity, and still receive the help that they require. They must feel accepted and not feel as if their differences should be a factor for the whole back receiving any kind of service support. Intimate partner violence and issues such as the kind that we face at our organization, or the women that with certain are certain issues that need to be traced back, and we need to recognize what the root cause of such issues is. Issues such as intimate partner violence certainly traces back to patriarchal systems, which are deeply ingrained in our societies. And topics as such and motions as such does allow us to move a step forward, but it is very vital to make sure that we recognize the root cause and also come up with ways in order to combat and find out how we can battle this and how we make women of these issues and stand independent to be able to face this. The way that I would recommend, and the way that our organization Sakina Canada does it, is that we make sure that in our shelters, which are transitional homes, we allow women to have their individual identities enhanced, their soft skills enhanced. They are given a space for independent living, and they are given those soft skills, and we give them that support and confidence in order for life and to situation of their my here to reason the motion was offered out to me and spoke to my heart was because I see women, speak to women every single day, are receiving and intimate partners and receiving and patriarchal mindsets, which make them put in life and they're not able to move forward, which is their right as not only Canadians, but basic human beings. What I would like to add is that many of the points in the motion mentioned in terms of the statistics, the number you're seeing in terms of the case of partner is absolutely very real. It might not be happening with us, might not be happening with people around us, but it certainly is happening. And what's vital and important is to understand that although there are resources present and available, there needs to be a more vast way and system in order for people from all walks to be able to confident enough onto their personal identities and also reach out to organizations and the help that's.
Thank you, Ms. Saida. Are there any questions of Council Saida? Yes, Councillor Ellie.
Thank you so much for coming out and sharing all the good work you do. I also want to congratulate Sakina Canada for opening their shelter right here in Milton recently. Myself, pleasure to go and visit. I know that it's for with disabilities, so it's inclusive. I congratulate you on that, and thank you so much for all the good work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saida. Manure is your, yeah, again, the clerk name and address be appreciated, and keep within the 5 minutes. I've even greatly appreciated by me. So please proceed.
My name is Mahnur, and I'm here on behalf of an organization that victims of domestic violence and abuse and intimate partner violence. Humvee was established in January of 2017. Initially starting off as an advocacy group, has made efforts to address and prevent specific problems which are related to domestic violence, survivors, and psychological and legal help to seek. The last 5 years, Humvee conducted 22 workshops for men in order to raise issues about discrimination work in Pakistan and to raise the cultural background that they're coming from so that those issues can be specified in that particular sense. It has received charitable status in 2001. Recently, Humvee has opened its traditional shelter, which has become functional from October 1st. As I talk about Humvee's work, it's the link between organizations and South women. The focus of the vision has to women who have domestic violence who look for familiar environment. They need people with whom they can relate. They need women who believe in what they believed in. And familiarity. Humvee has become a source of familiarity for these. The organization is trying to fill the gap between these women and the services that they seek. Most of the women that Humvee has assisted were relatively new to Canada, and the cultural shock was still in the background. Engaging with authorities was quite difficult for them, and there was little to no knowledge of support services which were available. In filling this gap, Humvee has played its role as a reliable resource between South Asian women and the legal, financial, and/or psychological help that they seek. After the successful opening of our transitional facility, Humvee aims to help these women build a future for themselves and their children. Hailing from South Asian background ourselves, we as members of Humvee are able to enhance teaching women to see the institution of marriage. Women should think about as givers. You're expected to give as long as you can, then give more. Changing this perception and making these unlearn these lessons, what constitutes Humvee's future outlook. Escaping an abusive relationship is the iceberg. For women who have been to think about themselves all their lives, actual work begins when they're told to think about themselves. Humvee aims to work these women through their self-realization so they leave the world equipped with the knowledge of self-realization. As Humvee continues to provide its services, we look forward to getting support from the Milton Fault. It is on these kind of services that this journey will become not only Humvee, but also women who are escaping domestic violence and abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bano. Are there any questions from members of Ms. Bano? Mr. Ali.
Thank you for highlighting the Humvee for this Asian women that the need is, as you mentioned, and I want to say you in your opening shelter recently in Milton on our first this month. So congratulations, and of course, Town of Milton and Region of Halton will continue the help that we have been providing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Chester.
Thanks very much for the presentation, both presenter. Curious about your fund structure. How do you fund what you do?
So the shelter just held at July, which was $60,000, and with that, the transition facility came into being. Before that, the work was pretty much self-funded. We have been applying for grants as well. If the grants were approved, because of which we were to provide legal help to most of our sectors.
Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Bama Nathan. If you could again identify your senior guest and your address, please.
We are safe. My name is Olivia. This is Aberna, Wayne, and Kai. Hello, my name is Olivia, and I'm a member of the Survivor Advocacy Group SAFE. I have a story to tell. The girl I was before he came into my life. The girl who only saw the good in people. The girl who thought I had good intentions. The girl who had no idea she was staring evil in the eye the day she met him. No one wakes up one day and decides I'm going to get into an abusive relationship. It happens slowly over time, so slowly that you don't even realize it's happening. He swooned me, he love bombed me, put me up on a pedestal, made me feel so special, but after a while, with every compliment, there was an insult not too far behind. He started pushing how far he could take it, started saying little digs here and there about my appearance or intelligence, but would mix it in with enough positive reinforcement to cause confusion. He had a short fuse. Every time he found a reason to be angry with me, I became the scum of the earth. It started with a shove or a slap. I used to justify it to myself by saying that it didn't hurt. But every single time, he'd take it a little bit further. And eventually, I became the girl who was making excuses for bruises, black eyes, and busted lips. The girl I thought I'd never beat. I didn't step foot outside my front door without him knowing about it. His control over me was only going stronger. I didn't recognize myself anymore. He wanted me to quit my job, so I did. But just like that, I was financially dependent on him. It was all going according to his plan. If I tried to say no to sex, I got beaten until I surrendered. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and he'd be inside of me. I'd be screaming, begging him to stop, but he didn't. He never did. I honestly think he enjoyed it. I didn't know it was rape. I wouldn't process that for years to come. I was a shell of myself. I heavily abused substances throughout the duration of my relationship. He introduced me to them at the start, and in the beginning, it was fun and exciting until it wasn't. It became my coping mechanism. He monopolized on my drug addiction as just another way to control me. The very few times I did reach out for support, I found myself getting dismissed as a junkie instead of a human being who needed help. The night was April 15th, 2016. We were at a birthday party inside the Holiday Inn. He was degrading me and insulting me in front of the others, which is something that he's done countless times before. But this night was different. Maybe it was the fact that others were sticking up for me. Maybe it was just my time. But a light bulb went off in my head, and I decided enough was enough. I began to talk back, defending myself. He didn't like it one bit. He assaulted me multiple times that night in front of the fellow partygoers. People were pulling him off of me and getting in between. But when he realized he was outnumbered, he took off, hoping I'd chase after him, but I didn't. I walked myself to the lobby and called 911. And in that moment, I chose I was worthy, I chose sobriety, I chose freedom, and most importantly, I chose myself.
Thank you for hearing Olivia's story. My name is Aberna, and the four of us standing here today are all survivors of gender-based violence. We're also members of SAFE, which stands for Survivor Advocates for Empowerment. The four of us here are only a small representation of the diversity of survivors and the spectrum of experiences that all reflect gender-based violence. We have different stories, can you empathize with each other, their survivors, and we're enough survivors, the hundreds of people who don't acknowledge survival. We're both grateful for being where we are today and heartbroken for the lives that have been lost. SAFE uses our experience to peer support for its service in Ontario. We are here as a delegation today, to urge the City of Milton to legitimize violence against women and to educate. It is important for every community in this recognize act on gender-based violence in the face of the provincial government's refusal. Community action is a necessary part of eradicating the problem, and given the gravity and pervasiveness of the issue, action is completely unacceptable. We need like this province. Without them, communities are mere accepting the status quo and turning a blind eye. It is time to take decisive action towards preventing the countless harms, traumas, and deaths that are a result of gender-based violence every year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions, Council, for LD?
Question, but a big you, Olivia. Thank you, Olivia. You are so brave. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Your story, I am sure, to those in attendance and those watching, will inspire women to stand up for themselves and make that call to 911. Thank you so much for coming here tonight.
Any other questions from council of the delegates? Thank you for your presentation. You're now dismissed for the evening. We're now going to shift over to the fireworks report delegates, and our first delegate is virtual, I believe. Aleem Kanji from the Canadian National Fireworks Association.
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of council. Good evening. I hope you can all hear and see me.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. And before I begin, my apologies for not being with you tonight. I am a bit under the weather and did not want to spread that in the council chambers. So good evening, Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. My name is Aleem Kanji. I'm the Chief Advocacy Officer of the Canadian National Fireworks Association, where I represent over 3,000 members, including several right here in Milton, where we advocate to governments across the country and work with our public sector partners as the leading voice on behalf of the very federally regulated and provincially regulated and legally permissible fireworks industry. Now, the report before you today proposes a ban on the sale and use of consumer fireworks in Milton. By doing so, as elected and public officials, you are tonight willingly creating, potentially, an unsafe environment by allowing an underground marketplace from a very legal and highly regulated market. Milton residents will continue to seek out fireworks in other cities, in First Nation communities, or even online, delivered right to their door to celebrate their special events or other religious and cultural celebrations. We have seen this with firework bans in Canadian cities, with many, including our neighbor Caledon, looking to reopen their current ban for the same reason. Now, the report before you states that a 30-meter by 30-meter area is needed for fireworks and needs an additional 20 meters for spectator and clearance. This is, in fact, and let me be very clear here, it is contrary to the federal requirements for spectator distance, which are 2 times the height of the effective fireworks as found on the label of every firework product. There is no answer as to where these requirements came from anywhere in your report, and no answer when I asked these questions to the fire chief and to staff. The report also refers to discharging fireworks denied due to combustibles area. Now, where would anyone find the requirement for a combustibles area? As such, it is no wonder that the report states that only 2 properties in the town would have enough space to set off consumer fireworks. The report cites a number of cities that have banned, but does not talk about the ones that have not banned, and they have chosen to regulate what is a legally permissible product. Your neighbor immediately to the east, Mississauga, just a few short weeks ago, chose not to ban, and in fact, they chose to add more days for permissible use because they know bans simply don't work. They will not be enforced by their bylaw enforcement, and the public has a right to celebrate responsibly. On that note, the proposed ban is not reflective of the public and the communities that you serve in. With tens of thousands of Milton residents identifying in the city, in your own data as Hindu or South, heard from some of them tonight, as well as Asian, it is important to recognize that these residents are welcome, and their cultural observances that they bring are welcome. South Asian religion of Diwali, that for those that don't know, is a celebration of light over darkness, celebrated by 1 billion people. In fact, we just had the Prime Minister put out a statement on fireworks being used during Diwali, and also Lunar New Year, which is the largest holiday on Earth, celebrated by 1.5 billion, where worshippers believe that fire and fireworks can dispel bad and scare away evils. Traditions, observances have included fireworks for centuries. Not too long ago, Milton added Diwali as a fireworks permissible day. And today, it now seeks to punish individual use and ban from every person in the city the use of fireworks. If Milton's brand, logo, and numbers are reflect diverse city and nation, and the bylaws that govern the residents should also reflect the same by welcoming long traditions, include individual fireworks, which not just can to but also Diwali New Year. It is in the interest of the municipality to regulate and license the use and sale of fireworks. We stand to work with city officials to serve regs as we do in cities across the country. To be clear, fireworks work in others. Education is a solution. Our certification training program at consumers is available to your staff and anyone in the city at no cost. Our courses have been used by hundreds of people in other cities over the past few months. We'd be happy to work with the city to build this. Fireworks responsibly and safe, something we at NFA believe. In fact, we're proud to launch our Be a Good Neighbor program in many cities. It reminds people of essential fireworks safety rules. It is born out of federal regulation. Prepare ahead of time, inform your neighbors, respect those around you, be safe, celebrate responsibly, and clean up. There's a guide required to be on the sale, provided on sale, consumer fireworks that can be modified for any community. We ask that the report be deferred in favor of history and consultation with those who undoubtedly continue to use fireworks so that we together on systems underpinned by safety and compliance, not a unenforceable reaction ban. I'm happy to take your question. Thank you so much.
Are there questions of council? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Kanji, for your presentation. Our next presentation this evening is from Mr. Tom Jacobs. If you could come forward. Thank you, Tom. If you could identify yourself to everyone here and provide your address. Thanks.
How's that? Tom Jacobs from Rocket Fireworks. So my home address is 53 Arcadian Circle in Etobicoke. We're a fireworks vendor in Milton and in municipalities throughout Ontario. I did bring some show and tell today for everyone. Also some advertising. So guys, these are, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, these are 3 of the 4,000 products that are on the federal government. And this operation is one of the strictest in the world. Months and months and months of products that can enter the country. Some of the assertions in the town's meeting agenda, for example, 20 by 20 to light fire fountains. I don't know where they're from. You need to be signatures from spectators, or the spectators need to be signatures from it. Right, same. So for 20 meter area. Same with sparklers. Rule would affect complete ban of fireworks. Fireworks usage can be appropriate for different spaces. So for example, if you had a small townhouse backyard, then we, the experts in this business and in product development and in safety, would count to use space appropriate items. And you know, the fireworks, people in the fireworks industry have long-term interests. We are conservative by nature. That's not to say politically, it's to say that we are interested in the longevity of our businesses, and it wouldn't help the longevity of our businesses if we sold unsafe products or if we counseled people to use fireworks in a way that would cause injury to them. Do you think they would come back and be our customers again? I don't think so. wouldn't make sense to promote irresponsible behavior. So look, during COVID, people were repressed and locked up, and honestly, it was our busiest 2 years of our whole company. And they had nothing to do. There was no films, to go to, no bars, no sources of entertainment. We were getting calls at all hours. So can you give me fireworks? It was like, it seemed to be one of the few releases that people could have to go outside and light fireworks or do something for their child's birthday and feel like they were actually doing something. And what happened is, unfortunately, during that time, you had mass use. You had uses on non-official days. There was nothing else to use. So you had people sort of using fireworks at any old time. And unfortunately, some of them used them in parks and places. And they, as I said, they were quite pent up and nothing to do. And they didn't maybe have the respect for the law that they should have. Since COVID ended, we've seen a massive decrease in both sales and demand. And we've seen people calm down. As everyone knows, people have been able to go back on holidays again and do their normal activities. So we haven't seen, we've seen a drastic calming of that behavior and much more responsible use. And we've worked with the city, we've worked with the city of Toronto to work on education. And we are the vendors are the key holders of this education. And we can, people come to us and plan their shows so they can use the product safely. So I have a few things. Number one, quickly, the one issue I have is with maybe the promulgation of the bylaw here. So there's an assertion in the town report that only 2 people are affected by the proposed fireworks ban, which seems to me to be quite ludicrous. From personal experience, I know that our 400 customers in Milton would certainly be affected. Fat Boy Fireworks, 400 customers plus would certainly be affected. Kaboom has hundreds of customers. So I think that the assertion that it only affects 2 people is because only 2 people went out for permits, I understand. In the bylaw, it's not at all clear that it's a brand new bylaw. It's a year old, so it's not very clear that you do have to get a permit. In fact, one section says, starts out saying no one should have fireworks in the town of Milton without getting a permit. And then the next section starts mentioning specific days like Lunar New Year and Canada Day and Diwali. So I wonder, why would you mention specific days if you need a permit for every day? What's the point? And my point is, the public is used to doing fireworks on Victoria Day, Canada Day, New Year's, or Diwali. And if you want to change, you have to promulgate that properly and understand. And having not been promulgated properly, you can claim that this only affects 2 people because maybe only 2 people went out for permits. But there's a huge demand. These can be enjoyed safely. We have more responsibility. Continue like to work with to educate that clearly enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Are there any questions of Mr. Jacobs by council? Yes, Councillor Best.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. One question for bringing examples is that with the industry itself, the biggest complaint I get is my ward and others is the noise. Is the industry working towards finding noiseless or reduced noise? Because it's not just the fire concerns, as the chief mentioned. The biggest complaint I have is the noise at all hours of the night, every day of the week. Is there any way the industry is working on reducing the noise? Because it's not only for people, but also for animals.
Right. So yes, we are working on reducing noise in fireworks. It won't be an immediate solution, but the industry is developing products that will be at a reduced noise and is aware of all these concerns. I guess I would say that there is misuse. So I would prefer to focus on proper use. When things aren't, I have a park nearby me and kids drink there probably 3 nights a week, and it drives me crazy, but I don't want to put a fence up around it because I think people should still be able to stroll through it, responsible people. So we do understand there's misuse. We would like to work with the city to get more enforcement to reduce that. The CFNA has a good neighbor program, and all of us are extremely conscientious about, our customers are coming in. It's not about making the sale. We're very responsible. We want to tell people, if you're going to use fireworks, make sure you don't have any litter go on your neighbor's property. Make sure you clean up after yourself. Make sure you're not using it at certain hours. But I know you get complaints, but there is it's a relatively small number of people who are extremely vocal. It's often the same people, small group number of people complaining over and over again. And I know there are a few bad apples that tarnish the industry, but as a whole, there are a great many people who enjoy this for, cultural, religious, and important familial occasions like weddings and so on. And I just don't think we should throw away. It's obviously clearly important to so many people for so many reasons and so many cultures. I don't think we should just throw it all away. There is a way to change behavior.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Jacobs? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you.
We've got a couple virtual presentations, but we have some technical issues. We're just going to take about a 2-minute break here. So if everybody could take their seats. So for those delegates who are online, who are speaking to us virtually, if you could raise your hand electronically so that our staff can see who you are, that you are a delegate. So the first one is Victor Chapnick, and I see that he has raised his hand. So welcome, Mr. Chapnick.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. If you could just identify yourself and your address, that would be great, and then go ahead.
Okay, my name is Victor Chapnick. I reside at 150 Duplex Avenue in Toronto.
Please proceed.
I am the founder and CEO of Kaboom Fireworks. Kaboom has been a retailer of consumer fireworks in Southern Ontario for nearly 35 years. From 2013 through to 2020, Kaboom operated a mobile store in Milton during the weeks leading up to Victoria Day and Canada Day holidays. On a larger scale, Kaboom operates 80 retail locations across Southern Ontario and distributes to major retailers who operate fireworks programs in over 130 municipalities in Ontario alone. In fact, nearly all Ontario municipalities continue to allow the sale and use of consumer fireworks, including but not limited to larger municipalities such as Toronto, Windsor, Cambridge, Waterloo, Kitchener, Hamilton, Burlington, Oakville, St. Catharines, Niagara, Ajax, Pickering, Whitby, Oshawa, Kingston, Newmarket, Keswick, and Barrie. In fact, Caledon, Cornwall, and Brampton are virtually the only municipalities in Southern Ontario which have prohibited family fireworks. Recently, the cities of Mississauga, Toronto, and London have undertaken comprehensive reviews of their fireworks bylaws, which included engagement with both the public and the fireworks industry, and they will all continue to permit the sale and use of consumer fireworks. Due to the COVID-19 landscape, there was an unprecedented increase in demand and use of consumer fireworks, as it presented an attractive option for a socially distanced and safe outdoor activity. However, since the pandemic, this excess demand has fallen sharply, with 2023 sales falling well below pre-pandemic levels. Sales are conducted in accordance with municipal bylaws as well as federal explosives regulations, which mandate that their published approved safety instructions outlining the safe handling and discharge of fireworks be provided to every single customer. In addressing safe distances from spectators, these published safety instructions advise consumers to refer to the fireworks label for minimum distances. In other words, there is no universal requirement for a minimum clear area of 30 meters by 30 meters for aerial family fireworks, or for a minimum clear area of 20 meters by 20 meters for fountains and other ground-based family fireworks, as uniquely mandated in Milton's bylaw. This requirement is hugely excessive. It requires a clearance of at least 4,300 square feet in order to light off even a small fountain, or 9,700 square feet of clearance in order to light off a simple Roman candle. In contrast, there is a federally mandated minimum distance requirement of 30 meters for high hazard display fireworks, which is much more powerful category of explosives. Permits for safe displays in Milton have been denied on the basis of these excessive clearance requirements. The executive summary report states that the National Fireworks Protection Association, or Fire Protection Association, the NFPA, encourages people to leave fireworks to the professionals, as consumer use of fireworks across North America results in thousands of injuries annually, property damage, and fatalities. This is very misleading, as this is primarily US data, which largely pertains to products which are not even available or authorized for use in Canada, including firecrackers, rockets, reloadable devices, unknown, and homemade fireworks. In Canada, all consumer fireworks are tightly regulated and tested by the Explosives Regulatory Division, Natural Resources Canada. If the town of Milton chooses to disallow the safe and regulated sale and use of consumer fireworks, there will likely become an increased need for regular police enforcement, as renegade vendors will likely pop up repeatedly during long weekends to sell questionable product in an illegal and unsafe manner out of motor vehicles. Consumers will continue to purchase product online or from illicit vendors in order to celebrate their fireworks and cultural holidays. We strongly encourage the members of council to continue to allow the regulated sale and use of consumer-grade fireworks. We would recommend that the use be permitted on established fireworks holidays without the need for a permit, as it had been for the decades in Milton and in keeping with nearly all other municipalities. We would also recommend that required safe distances be amended to conform with federal safety guidelines, which were developed by experts upon years of testing and data analysis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks for your presentation. Are there any questions of Mr. Chapnick from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Our next virtual presentation is Mr. Soni. Is your hand up so that staff can see you? Welcome, Mr. Soni.
Good evening.
Identify yourself, and if you could identify where you live. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me. My name is Paresh Soni. I live in Mississauga, 7155 Magistrate Terrace. I'm also the executive director of an advocacy organization called Hindu Legacy, which represents the entire Hindu community in the GTA and pretty much nationally in Canada. And I'd like to speak on a few points because I've heard this discussion multiple times, and I appreciate the conversations that have been had by Alim Kanji and a couple of the other gentlemen. And again, please understand that I'm coming from an objective point of view because I want to be a very safe citizen in Canada. Most of the conversations around fireworks, and I mean family fireworks, are very much hearsay. And I'd like to make sure that when we make decisions, and as you can see, many municipalities, in fact, most municipalities have voted for, not against, family fireworks. So let's talk about this in a little bit more, objective point of view versus subjective, which is I find that a lot of these discussions tend to be subjective. And again, trying to be very objective about it. Pollution. We've looked at pollution data all over Canada throughout October and November, July included. And the AQI data, which is the air quality index data, clearly indicates that there is absolutely no change in AQI during these times. In fact, most of our air pollution happens at around 5 to 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. in all municipalities in GTA everywhere. And guess why? That's because of our cars. So we don't want to really address what's really causing ecological downfall, and we are going after something that actually is a rounding error, if even that. Again, I'd like to see. I've read your report, and again, these scientific numbers of 30 meters by 900 square meters for a little fountain. I would argue that when I'm filling gas in my lawnmower and there's a lighter nearby, or there's a fire pits. Let's see how many fire pits there are. Have we done an objective study of how much pollution and how dangerous fire pits are? Because there are starters nearby and the starters can blow up. So I think the problem I have with this entire argument is it's very subjective. And I'd like to see a scientific approach to this. So number one is AQI data is clearly a scientific proof that backyard fireworks do not affect the environment and they are not dangerous. We have statistical data from the police, and you can see it time and time again that you do not have an issue. We do not have, as the gentleman said, we have a US issue. We do not have a Canadian issue here. So I think we need to be very clear about that. Again, the products sold in Canada are regulated. We are very safety conscious, whether in whatever way we do, in whatever things we do, including fireworks. And here we go selling them like little fountains and little, things that spin around. We sell them at the shop, and then we make a big deal about why we bought them. Then we shouldn't be selling them. So we have to decide if at a national level it's okay to sell them. That means I can do it in my backyard fireworks. Speaking of data, we have seen in many municipalities in Canada, GTA included, the Hindus have been practicing backyard fireworks for the last 800 years. Fireworks are part of the Diwali tradition. Taking fireworks out of Diwali is like taking the Christmas tree out of Christmas. So now you're going to affect over 100,000 Hindus in Canada, which is just such an integral part. And we're talking about diversity and inclusion. I think this is going to affect the community quite a bit. We talk about noise. So do we have objective noise data? Have we also compared it to the really loud Harley Davidson motorcycles that go down the street? That if a child is walking by, they will start crying because they didn't hear such a loud bang before. Have we really compared it to apples to apples? We have not. Have we really looked at the products? Have we looked at what about the effect on economy? How many businesses are we going to shut down when we don't have objective data? This is like a court case. To me, this is just like I'm presenting something very objective, and I'm not, mind you, please understand, I'm not tied to loving fireworks. What I'm tied to is loving the process that's objective. And to all of the council members and the chair, I again urge everyone to be objective about this and understand very deeply that we have a very strong contributing community of Hindus in this nation that will be affected very adversely. And every child is going to be affected that's Hindu. So I urge you to reconsider and to please make an objective decision about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Soni. Are there any questions of Mr. Soni from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much. Have a good evening. Our next presenter is, sorry. Colin.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, since we've had 3 delegations mention the bylaw that the fire chief is mentioning about 30-meter setbacks, could we just have a clarification before we have any more speakers of what our bylaw states now and the reasoning for it, so we don't have to go hear this argument over and over again?
Colin, the chief is going to make a presentation before the report is considered by council, and at that time he'll go through that discussion and the other discussions that have been raised. And I know he's here, he's taking notes. And so we'll get that at that time.
Okay, just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter is here. His name is Harmon Here. Could you step forward, please, Mr. Here? And if you could provide your address, name and address. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Harmon Here, and my business is located at 61 James Snow Parkway in Milton. I'm a fireworks retailer. I've been selling fireworks in Milton for over 15 years, and my team and I have always worked in accordance with all Milton city and fire bylaws, which have changed many times, including during the pandemic, and we've never had any issues with inspections or setups while visited by the different fire chiefs over the past many years. And we intend to keep it that way. We always try to explain the proper procedures on lighting fireworks in a safe manner and try to promote additional safety measures as well. When the permit to light fireworks for consumers was enacted, we were the main ones to educate customers on how to comply. Family fireworks are a great way to get people together and put the smiles on faces. Children, adults, seniors, most people enjoy them. And, like one of my colleagues mentioned before, during the pandemic, it was one of the few things that households could do to disconnect from the digital world and get outdoors. And as also mentioned before, family fireworks are also very much used in cultural traditions as well. My understanding that the logic used for this proposal was that fireworks were already pretty much banned due to the restrictive nature of the current bylaw. I personally would recommend a review of that bylaw so that it's actually more inclusive of the people of Milton, as statistics show that injuries and property damage as a result from the legal discharge of fireworks are very low. While most consumers may be putting on their own shows without a permit, most do it responsibly. Furthermore, when it comes to enforcement, I believe most would agree that complaints will actually rise as the word goes out of an outright ban, making every private display illegal in Milton. This will tie up an enormous amount of resources and make it even more difficult to enforce, which is also highlighted as a concern in the chief's report. I'm sure these resources can be better allocated elsewhere in our community. Furthermore, fireworks are still available in most other neighboring towns and cities. So while you may close down our business here in Milton, residents can easily hop over to Oakville, Burlington, Mississauga, Halton Hills, Georgetown, just to name a few. And fireworks are also available to be purchased online year-round. So small businesses will also suffer and be forced to leave. I think other than an outright ban, education is the way. Right, residents should be advised and continue to be advised, as we do, on the safe practices. We promote proper handling and safety precautions, and we can mitigate a lot of the risks associated with the fireworks use. And at the same time, if we could consider revising the existing bylaw to address specific issues such as stricter enforcement and penalties for violations, this way you can focus on curbing the problematic use of fireworks without punishing responsible users. While public safety is paramount, it's also important, to strike a balance between regulation and personal freedom. A complete ban may be overly restrictive and could lead to a perception of unnecessary overregulation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of Mr. Heer? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next delegate is Michael Costa. Michael, please come forward. And if Michael, before you start your presentation, you could state your name and your address, that would be appreciated.
My name is Michael Costa. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'd like to address an issue close to my heart and one that concerns many of us, the potential ban on fireworks. As a fireworks enthusiast and a coach involved in both hockey and soccer, I have seen firsthand the incredible power of fireworks to bring families and communities together, especially during events like Canada Day, Diwali, and Victoria Day. I'd also like to highlight the fact that while we don't ban alcohol, we educate the public on how to use it responsibly. And I believe the same approach can be applied to fireworks. Fireworks, with their brilliant displays of light and color, are more than just a source of celebration. They have a unique ability to forge bonds between people, and this is especially evident during our nation's most iconic celebrations. Just as we don't ban alcohol, but encourage responsible consumption, we can apply a similar mindset to fireworks. Think of Canada Day and Victoria Day. When we come together to celebrate and express our collective identity as a community, fireworks light up the night sky as families and friends gather to commemorate these special days. The resounding oohs and ahs of the crowd, the collective sense of patriotism, and the shared experience of witnessing the spectacular show all contribute to a profound sense of unity and togetherness. These are the moments that strengthen the bonds between us as families and as a community. However, it's important to acknowledge that there are valid concerns regarding the safe use of fireworks. Just as we educate the public about responsible alcohol consumption, we can promote responsible use of fireworks. This means enhanced safety measures and public and education initiatives to ensure that fireworks can be enjoyed safely and responsibly. A potential ban on fireworks threatens to take away these cherished moments. It would not impact only my life as a fireworks enthusiast, but also as a coach who sees the transformative power of such experiences in the lives of kids and families, the laughter, the shared excitement, the unity formed through these celebrations. They are priceless. We can't just take these things away all the time. In conclusion, I ask our community to think about the broader implications of a fireworks ban. particular during events like Canada Day, Diwali, Victoria Day, Lunar Day, weddings, all kinds of different events. Let's not opt for a ban, but instead choose to promote responsible usage, just as we do with alcohol. By doing so, we can keep celebrating these magical moments while ensuring the safety and responsibility that we all value. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Are there any questions of Mr. Costa for members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sebastian Terrion. Please come forward. You could state your name and your address, please, before you're beginning your presentation.
Yes, hi, my name is Sebastian Terrion, and today I stand before you to discuss a topic that often sparks debate and concern, the environmental impact on fireworks. While it's important to acknowledge that the environmental effects of any human activity, I want to shed light on the realistic environmental impact on fireworks, demonstrating they do not have significant and negative impact on our environment when compared to other daily activities. First and foremost, it's essential to recognize that while fireworks do release emissions into the atmosphere, these are relatively short-lived events, as opposed to continuous sources of pollution. In fact, the emissions from a fireworks display are localized and temporary, and when we consider other sources of pollution, such as industrial processes, vehicle emissions, and even household heating and cooling, the cumulative impact on the environment is significantly greater with these extended events. Fireworks displays occur on an infrequent basis and do not have lasting impact on the environment. According to Gary Wheeler, a spokesperson for the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, the only documented impact of fireworks is from daily large-scale professional displays. To put this in perspective, the carbon emission from a typical fireworks display is equivalent to a relatively short car trip, a backyard barbecue, or cutting your lawn with a gas mower. These activities occur daily on a global scale and have much more substantial and lasting effect on the environment. In fact, the carbon footprint of fireworks pales in comparison to the emissions produced by industries or transportation. Moreover, the chemical composition of fireworks have evolved over time to minimize the environmental impact. Pyrotechnic engineers have made remarkable progress in creating formulations that produce brilliant displays while minimizing the release of harmful substances in the atmosphere. Modern fireworks use cleaner, more sustainable ingredients, such as nitrogen-based propellants, whereas pollutants from major industrial centers or transportation networks can have far-reaching, long-term consequences affecting entire ecosystems and communities. As I mentioned, fireworks displays are localized, display relatively quickly, and do not pose a risk to soil or water. As mentioned previously, there are currently over 4,000 consumer fireworks products approved by the Canadian government. Each one must be authorized prior to import and undergoes rigorous testing criteria by the ERD's Canadian Explosive Research Lab. The strictest policies exist for allowable ingredients, and product enforcement in the myriad of chemical composition and function tests take months to complete. Many products that would pass in other countries do not pass our testing. The impact of fireworks on wildlife, as mentioned by the congressman over here earlier, is another aspect that does come into question. While it is true that animals may be sensitive to loud noises, the fireworks may disturb them, many other everyday human activities have more significant and persistent effect on wildlife. For example, urbanization, deforestation, and pollution from industries are prime examples of how human actions can devastate ecosystems. As Maimouna Dinani, spokesperson for the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry said, wildlife may disperse for a, quote, short period of time due to loud noises such as fireworks, but there's likely no long-term negative effects associated with occasional fireworks throughout the year. In conclusion, while we should always strive to be more environmentally conscious in our choices, it is essential to keep the environmental impact of fireworks in perspective. Fireworks are a source of joy, unity, and cultural expression that brings communities together. Their environmental impact, when compared to other daily activities, is relatively minimal, and the advances in pyrotechnic technology continue to make fireworks displays more sustainable. As we celebrate the beauty of fireworks, let us also remember the importance of addressing the more significant climate changes in our daily lives. By focusing on the broader issues, such as reducing emissions from transportation and industry, protecting natural habitats, and conserving our resources, we can make far more substantial and lasting impact on our environment. Fireworks, when enjoyed responsibly and moderation, can be a part of that celebration of life and unity without causing significant harm to the planet we all share. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tarian. Any questions of Mr. Tarian by members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Our next presentation is virtual, and Priyam Vyas, if you could put your hand up so that staff can see you and bring you into council chambers. Priyam, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Okay, if you could identify yourself and where you live, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation, please proceed.
Hello to everyone. My name is Priyam. I reside in Milton, 75 Scott Boulevard. I'm a consumer of fireworks. First of all, I'm an immigrant, okay? Festivals, they bring joy in our life. Fireworks have a long history as a symbol of celebration and cultural tradition in many societies. They are commonly used to mark important events like national holidays, Canada Day, Victoria Day, and religious festival. For South Asian, it's Diwali. Diwali is the biggest festival of the year. For other part of Asia, Lunar, that's the biggest New Year too. Fireworks can bring joy and entertainment to people, and many believe they should be able to use them responsibly. What I'm saying, individuals should have the right to make choice regarding their own enjoyment, as long as it does not harm anyone. Firework is the biggest thing for Diwali that bring people together. Everybody come together, they celebrate the fireworks. Can you imagine Christmas without Christmas trees, Christmas lights, Easter eggs without Easter, turkey? The only thing I have to say, banning the firework is not the right thing. Being as a consumer, there has to be some other way. I have heard previous people, they have proposed some ways too. City has to look into it, and everyone should have a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vyas. Any questions of Mr. Vyas from any member of council? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Vyas, for your presentation. Our next presentation is Sarah DeHamel Rosenberg, and I believe she's here. Ms. Rosenberg, if you could state your name and where you live before you begin your presentation, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. My name is Sarah DeHamel Rosenberg, and I reside in Etobicoke. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the council, I stand before you today not only as a representative of a responsible fireworks retailer, but also as a staunch supporter of Canadian small business. Our establishment, like many others, is proudly 100% Canadian. We are deeply embedded in the fabric of this community, providing employment opportunities for our fellow Canadians, as well as providing co-op opportunities to college and university students so that they may continue to develop economic opportunities in their own future small businesses. Due to current economic conditions, Canadian small business needs community support more than ever. Banning fireworks would not merely impact our business, it would also strike a blow to the economic opportunities within this constituency and surrounding communities. At our establishment, we have implemented rigorous safety measures to educate our customers about the proper use of fireworks. With every order, our customers receive detailed safety sheets. And on top of this, we take the time to explain verbally the correct ways to handle fireworks with every customer that purchases from us. Moreover, we meticulously follow all city bylaws, ensuring strict compliance with safety regulations. In Toronto, the city has provided us with valuable information sheets to distribute to our customers, covering essential bylaw details, how to apply for a permit, and relevant safety information that the city, in association with the fireworks industry, deems important for their citizens to be made aware of. If Milton were to provide similar resources, we would eagerly distribute this information within our community, enhancing public awareness and understanding of the regulations. I have brought with you today for review the safety information we currently hand out, including the one from the City of Toronto that we hand out to every customer that even has a QR code to go and apply for fireworks permits, which many of your constituents I don't think are aware of how to do. Instead of advocating for an outright ban, I urge the council to consider the economic impact on local Canadian businesses that support this community. Let us work together to enhance educational efforts, foster a culture of responsibility, and preserve the cherished tradition of fireworks within our community. By doing so, we not only provide public safety, but also uphold the economic opportunities that Canadian small businesses provide to your constituents. I implore you to consider not only the economic impact on local Canadian businesses like ours, but also the emotional connection we share with our community. We have worked tirelessly, investing countless hours and resources to educate our customers about the safe and responsible use of fireworks. We have meticulously followed every regulation and are committed to continuing this vital work. We will refine our educational efforts and collaborate closely with lawmakers to create a safer environment for everyone. But beyond the regulations and permits, there is an emotional investment, a shared sense of tradition, and the coming together of families and friends that fireworks represent. Our business is more than just a source of income. We provide employment to our neighbors, offering stability in uncertain times. We educate young adults about entrepreneurship, imparting invaluable skills and knowledge about running a small business. We provide sponsorship to local children's sports teams, as well as contributing to local charities. However, the challenges of recent years have weighed heavily on us, as they have on many others. These proposed bans aren't just restrictions on our livelihood. They're direct blows to the families in our community. They threaten the economic survival of our business, impacting not just our bottom line, but the well-being of our employees and their families. I urge you to consider the human aspect of this decision. Think about the faces behind the counters and the families reliant on the income we generate. Let us find a way to work together to ensure that fireworks are used responsibly, to preserve the tradition that brings us together, and to safeguard the economic opportunities that sustain our community. We look forward to working with the town of Milton to ensure consumers are educated on the safe use of fireworks and the potential to have areas of use that can be more closely monitored during legal fireworks holidays, such as areas that people can legally do fireworks. I think it's a great opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions of council? Yes, Councillor Tester-Dirksen.
Thanks very much. And thanks for your presentation. And I don't mean to pick on you, but you just happen to be here right now. And I've heard it several times from some of your colleagues in the industry that there's been lots of education and you take the safety aspects very seriously. You educate your customers, you send them out into the world with their fireworks with all the education and safety protocols. So I'm wondering why we're here tonight, because there is an issue. I know you can't hold everybody's hand when they're out there lighting off their fireworks, but where have those gaps happened that we are now debating this? Because we haven't had fireworks in Milton for a long, long time, and everybody around the table likes fireworks. Like, they're fun. We get it. But there's some serious community issues that many of our constituents have brought forward, mostly around noise, safety, and it's safety first. You know, that's important to us. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer on your behalf and maybe on behalf of your other colleagues in the industry, why we're here if there has been that focus on education and safety.
Well, I would also love to know why we're here, because I looked up and there hasn't been any damage to property or any injuries in the last 10 years in Milton. And I'm wondering why this has been brought up now and what the safety issues are. And we would love to collaborate and work together, because like I said, we hand these out to every customer of ours. And I don't think that the solution is an outright ban. I think it's more about working together with people that are responsible business owners to educate the public, because like my colleagues have said, there's just going to be an underground market that opens up because of this. There's lots of places you can get fireworks. And unfortunately, if there's nobody there to sell them that are responsible, they're going to have more irresponsible use. And we really are working hard to minimize that. In fact, we've, put bans on even ourselves selling Roman candles to ensure that people are using the fireworks properly. And we're continually working to develop, law, like our rules and the education surrounding the sale of fireworks. So I think that an outright ban does have a huge economic impact. And I think what the focus should be is more on education and working together to collaborate on how we can educate the public further.
I really appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Would you guys like to see this?
Thank you, Sarah, for that. Our next presenter is Sherman Singh, who is here. Chairman, before you begin your presentation, could you identify yourself and where you live? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Hi, my name is Sherman here and I live in Brampton, Ontario, but I do own some property in Ward 4 of Milton. So I do try to keep tabs on what's going on in the city. So just again, my name is Sherman here. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Fat Boy Fireworks. We operate pop-up fireworks stands all over the country, not just in Ontario. We're in BC, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan as well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this assembly at City Hall today. Fireworks have been a long cherished tradition, not just in our town, but in towns and cities all around the world. They're a source of joy, wonder, and unity. I understand that there's legitimate concerns regarding the use of fireworks, such as safety hazards and improper use. I don't take those concerns lightly. However, I firmly believe that a complete ban is not the solution we should be pursuing. First and foremost, fireworks are an integral part of our culture and our history here in Milton. They're used to celebrate important milestones and traditions, such as Victoria Day, Canada Day, Diwali, and other community events. Fireworks foster a sense of unity and community, bringing people together to celebrate and share in moments of collective joy. Additionally, fireworks support our local economy. Fireworks displays and sales create local jobs and generate revenue for local businesses. Some families in our town depend on the income generated from the fireworks industry to make ends meet. A complete ban can result in job losses and economic hardships for these families. Moreover, I'd like to emphasize the role of our personal responsibility in this debate. Instead of imposing a complete ban, we should be continuing to educate our citizens and customers about the safe and responsible use of fireworks. Regulations and guidelines can be amended to ensure that fireworks are handled and used in a manner that minimizes risks and disturbance. Following the example set by our neighboring city of Mississauga, I personally propose that our city defer the decision to ban fireworks altogether and instead engage in a meaningful consultation with industry experts, local businesses, and residents to find a balanced approach that works for everyone. Mississauga ended up expanding its bylaw with more permitted dates for fireworks, showing that it is possible to find a common ground between maintaining the tradition and addressing the concerns. The first topic we should address is considering revising the current clearance requirements for fireworks. The statement that aerial fireworks require a clearance of 30 by 30 meters and ground-based fireworks require a minimum clearance of 20 by 20 meters is not a strict requirement, but is more of a suggestion. Different types of fireworks, such as cakes, air bombs, fountains, and sparklers, have varying safety needs, and we should adapt our regulations accordingly. An air bomb would not require 30 by 30 meters like a big 500-gram exhibition cake we use in display shows. And a handheld sparkler does not require 20 by 20 meters as the same as an extremely oversized large ground fountain. This flexible approach will not only enhance safety, but also cater to the diverse nature of fireworks and their sale within our community. Operating in most cities in the country, I've had the privilege of having fireworks safety discussions with most councils, licensing officers, and fire departments. 2020 generated the most complaints across the board, and working with cities and customers, we've brought down all of those complaint numbers down year over year in every city except for one, which is Brampton. Brampton, the reason, the underlying factor there is the Bramptons had banned their fireworks. Every bad apple will continue to purchase and use fireworks, whether banned or not. And the only ones that really get affected are the ones who are planning on using the product safely and on the legal dates. In conclusion, I'd like to emphasize that I don't dismiss the genuine concerns that have led to calls for fireworks ban, but I do believe that a complete ban is an overly restrictive measure that will deprive our community of a cherished tradition. Instead, let us work together to find a balanced approach that preserves our cultural heritage, supports our local economy, and ensures the responsible use of fireworks. I urge you to consider the successful model set by Mississauga and engage in a consolidative process before making a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherman. Are there any questions of the delegate by members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Sean Arell. I believe he's here. Sean Arett. My apologies. Maybe I should wear my glasses more often. Is Sean Arett in the audience? Yep. No. Okay, so we will continue. Going virtually for the next two presentations, if these individuals could raise your hand so that the clerk's office can see you. James Fawcett and Bill Rhino, and James is first. So please identify yourselves. Thank you. James, can you hear
Hi there,
us?
can you hear me okay?
Okay, if you could just identify yourself, your name, and where you live, and please begin your presentation. You have 5 minutes maximum. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is James Fawcett. I live in Etobicoke. I'll be very brief because a few people have already brought up some of the points that I was going to make. I'm a consumer of fireworks. I enjoy to purchase fireworks and sell off fireworks. Tend to do that mostly for in celebration of Canada Day, Victoria Day. Also, being British, I also celebrate Guy Fawkes Night, along with members of the British community and my friends that are around here. It's a big event for us. Also, I have friends who use fireworks in celebration of Diwali. It's a huge event for that community, and the fireworks aspect of it is very, very important. And it's something that brings us all together. It's a big bonding community event. Another event that I am a part of my extended family. Our mother organizes an annual fireworks event as a celebration of life for her son that passed away. And fireworks was something that he was very interested in. And so each year, on the anniversary of his untimely death, we have a celebration by setting off fireworks in remembrance of him. All of these things, they're quite pivotal for us as family and friends, that we all get together, especially for these events. Fireworks are a very, very large part of that. It's something we all look forward to and enjoy. In our case, knowing that we're all being responsible with them, we haven't had any problems with the setting off of fireworks or anything like that. But I do understand where the kind of things that people do say, things that people might be making, have concerns about the noise involved in setting off fireworks and things like that. I think from my one thing that comes to my mind, I just kind of wonder if someone was able to make such complaints and have council act upon these complaints with bans here and there. Like, I kind of wonder where that sort of thing might end. Like, for example, if someone was to make a complaint about the noise from a sports stadium, would that result in a suggestion that someone might put a ban to sports? Or if someone was concerned about the interruption of traffic flow on a Santa Claus parade, would that result in a suggestion that someone might want to ban those kind of festivities? I know how important fireworks are to me and my family, to my friends, and I just hope that council might reconsider this ban and maybe just address the one or two issues that surround it, but not, maybe not necessarily an outright ban. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, James. Are there any questions of council of James' presentation? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker is Bill Reno. Bill?
Hi there,
Bill,
can you hear me?
Yes, and can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could identify yourself, name and where you reside, and then begin your presentation. As you know, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Bill Reno. I'm out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. I represent our office in Ontario at 6 Foster Stearns, Trenton, Ontario. Good evening, Mayor and esteemed members of Council. My name is Bill Reno, as I mentioned, a General Manager of Miskill Distributing Company, a leading importer and distributor of fireworks. Tonight, I come before you not merely as a businessman, but as a custodian of tradition, a believer in inclusivity, and an advocate for preserving the rich culture that defines our great nation. I would like to address the concerns raised in the report regarding the ban on consumer fireworks in Milton. While I understand that safety is paramount, I believe there are compelling reasons to reconsider this decision. First, I would like to emphasize that fireworks in Canada have an excellent safety record. Unlike our neighbors to the south, Canadian fireworks are heavily regulated, and this has resulted in an impressive safety track record. Over the past 25 years, there have been 0 deaths related to consumer fireworks in Canada. This is a testament to our country's strict regulations and responsible use of these products. Furthermore, when we look at injury statistics, it becomes evident that the risks associated with consumer fireworks are relatively low. According to the Canadian Hospital Injury Reporting and Prevention Program database, there were only 210 reported cases of injuries related to fireworks in the past 12 years. In contrast, let's consider other everyday items like wax candles, which have been responsible for nearly 800 candle fires each year, resulting in an average of 8 fire deaths, 115 fire injuries, and over $26 million in property damage. It's important to note that we aren't discussing banning these items, nor are we considering the prohibition of cigarette use, even though cigarette-related fires have led to a significant number of deaths and injuries in Canada over the years. The report seems to focus on the 30 by 30 meter distance requirement, which I believe is unnecessary. Government regulation already require consumers to use distances indicated on every product label, and we import over 600 products to cater to various property sizes in Canada, some of which can be used safely within the 30-meter space. Banning fireworks due to a distance requirement that goes against federal regulations doesn't make sense. Moreover, prohibiting fireworks sales doesn't enhance your community's safety. Having local retailers supply and educate users about proper firework handling is safer than having them buy off the internet. If you ban fireworks, people will simply take their business outside the city, losing educational opportunities and local business profit. The report also mentions a list of banned communities, including U.S. cities, but it fails to acknowledge that the many Canadian cities that have not only retained fireworks, but have even added more holidays for their enjoyment, such as London, Ontario, Kent, Ontario, and Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. One crucial point to consider is that a ban will not stop the illegal use of federally legal product. Regardless of the ban, people who wish to use fireworks will still do so. Discharge permits have proven ineffective, as we have seen in various parts of Canada. Instead, a ban would only encourage underground sales and internet purchases, further exacerbating the issue. Lastly, your report mentions that this ban will only affect 2 people, but that is based on the separation rules of permitted users. The fact is that tens of thousands of residents use fireworks on all kinds of occasions without permits. This is the case across the country. The basis of this analysis is not inclusive of a wider array of Milton residents, tens of thousands of them, that use fireworks products to celebrate safely, and do so without incident. I urge you to consider, what if it were you or your loved one who were affected by this decision, as there are in fact more than just 2. The impact is significant and personal. In closing, I humbly request that Milton continue to embrace and uphold the fireworks tradition. By doing so, we preserve our cultural heritage, celebrate inclusivity, and support local businesses. Traditions are the threads that weave us into a stronger, more harmonious society. Let us celebrate our shared cultural heritage and enjoy the beauty and wonder that fireworks bring to our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Mr. Reno. Are there any questions of members of council of Mr. Renault's presentation? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation, sir. Have a good evening. Our next speaker is Kranthi Gangavarapu, who I believe is present. And Kranthi, before you begin your presentation, if you could identify yourself to members of council and where you reside, and then you have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. You can begin.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kranthi. I reside in Etobicoke. I'll keep my points very straight and short. I wanted to start it off by saying that I've always been buying fireworks from a trailer in Milton as a gift for my family before going to see my sister's house during Diwali. I particularly choose to go in person because they recommend suitable products for the yard space that we have. And they have been instrumental in teaching me about these safe practices. That's not something people help you if you order fireworks or anything online. And in current times, you can order anything or even fireworks and have them delivered to your doorstep right away. But having local businesses that supports the community makes a huge difference to the way people celebrate safely and to their knowledge of the products. Apart from that point, I come from a Hindu community, and Diwali is a huge festival for our culture that celebrates victory over light over darkness and good over evil. Lighting fireworks during Diwali has been a long-standing tradition for us. Also, lighting fireworks is often a communal activity where families and friends gather to celebrate together. It fosters a sense of togetherness and unity for us. So banning fireworks doesn't only affect the local businesses, but also our traditions. It would be great if you could take a cultural aspect into the account before taking any decision. Also, in my perspective, regulating fireworks is a better solution than banning them. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Kranthi. Is there anybody from council who wishes to ask any questions of the delegate? Thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker is virtually available to us. His name is Emran Aziz. And if you could identify yourself. Oh, sorry, I have to skip him. Are we done with these? Well, I have some good news. We're finished with that part of the evening. That was the last presentation. With respect to this issue, we're now into the public meeting portion of our agenda. Let me just pull that up. So I believe you read an initial script. Do you wish to read another script? Okay, go. Please proceed.
Thank you. This first public meeting is with regard to official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications by Milton Developments Limited, applicable to lands known municipally as 8010 to 8015 Dairy Road West, Milton. Council will consider related bylaws at a future meeting. If you wish to be notified of the decision, you must either sign the attendance sheet here at the back table of council chambers or make a written request to the town clerk at 150 Mary Street, Milton, or email townclerk@milton.ca. Following a presentation from the applicant, there will be an opportunity for public comments from in-person and remote participants. During this presentation of the applicant, a phone number and email address will be scrolling across the live stream video for members of the public who wish to speak on this item via Zoom. For anyone wanting to connect remotely, you'll be given step-by-step instructions on how to enter and participate in the meeting via phone only. As a reminder, the phone number is 1-866-511-0021 and the email address is townclerk@milton.ca.
Thank you. So now it is the opportunity for the applicant to present to this public meeting. Sir, please identify yourself and the organization you represent.
Hi, good evening. My name is Wayne Coutinho. I am with Corsic Urban Planning. We reside in Oakville, Ontario, Lakeshore Drive. I'm here on behalf of the landowner and applicant, Linvest, for the proposed development at the above noted subject lands. And this is for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, as noted. Just to give everyone a bit of context, the site is located at the southwest intersection of Ontario Street and Derry Road West. It's approximately 2.29 hectares. That's about 5.66 acres, with frontage on two public streets being Derry Road West and Regional Road 25. We are in Ward 3, but at the center of all four wards. To the west, we have Regional Road 25, an existing gas station, NHS lands, which is the 16 Mile Creek Park, followed by the Milton Sports Center and the Milton Hospital for the west. To the north and northwest, we have Derry Road, and followed by gas station, as well as an abundance of commercial area, which includes commercial plazas, grocery stores, medical centers, and restaurants. To the south and southeast, again, we have the NHS Parkland, followed by existing low to medium density housing. In context, Milton GO Station is about 3.3 kilometers to north. It's about a 10-minute bike ride. And there is Milton Transit service in the area along Derry Road and Ontario Street, which provides convenient access to the hospital, the sports center, the mall, GO Station, and the surrounding areas. GO Transit buses do service the area going down south to Oakville and across east to Mississauga Road. Now, this project or development might be familiar. That's because it received council approval in 2019. And that again was for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment under former ownership. There were 3 apartment buildings at 20 stories, 25 stories, and 16 stories, with 590 apartment units. And building 3 is a 3-story stacked townhouse that was approved with 24 units. To the south of the rear of the site, there's a number of 3-story street townhouses that back onto the Greenland area. In total, in 2019, there was 643 units with a density of 281 units per hectare. Fast forward a couple years, and through review with staff and site plan approvals, there was a slight change. This was to reflect the market demand and what had changed across the GTA. The zoning bylaw was amended to permit 614 apartment units. And what happened is that the building D stacked townhouses, those units there were moved into building C, and increased height to 16 stories, and parking area was introduced. The site in 2021 was purchased by Linvest from the previous owners, and site plan approvals were received in 2022. As you see the site, we have construction ongoing for buildings A, B, and C.
Wayne, if you could just pick your voice up a little bit and perhaps speak closer into the microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
Is it better? Okay, excellent. Building D, the stacked townhouses that were removed. And in total, we had 648 units with a density of 283 units per hectare. So, and that brings us to today. What we had doing right now is reintroducing Building D. So this is going through the OPA and rezoning. The parking lot is gone. We've got a stacked townhouse right now with 27 units proposed. And this is now in response again to the change in market. Through buildings A and B, the sales, not a single purchase of the units there bought more than one parking space. What we're doing now is trying to see how to reduce the amount of parking. We've added more bicycle parking shelters. That's highlighted on the screen there. And in total, development now is 675 units and a density of 295 units per hectare. So because of the previous site-specific official plan amendment, policy 36, we have to reapply for an increased density for that units per hectare proposed. The rezoning is a simple request to increase the GFA for the accessory structures, the bicycle shelters and garbage enclosure, and then to reduce the parking ratios. That's right now being reviewed by staff, and we're working with them to come up with the amicable solution. What's proposed is for the apartments and stacked units, 1 space per unit. And then for the visitor parking, we're proposing 0.25 spaces for the stacked townhouses and 0.2 for the apartments. In total, what we're providing on site is, with this concept, 140 visitor parking spaces and 716 resident occupant spaces, including 1 car share space. We've got data that states that 1 car share space equates to about taking 10 cars off the road, which is a considerable achievement in what we're trying to achieve with reducing density in housing. So I'm going to go quickly over some of the official plan policies as why this is appropriate. On Schedule B, you can see the subject lands. We are within the established urban area in zone designated as a secondary mixed-use zone, which permits the medium and density residential apartments and townhouses. On this slide here, we're looking at the transportation master plan. And the big green light over there, highlight, that's telling us we're in a high order transit corridor. So we're looking for a transit to be here. The 2 red lines, that's telling us we're at 2 major arterial roads, planned right of way of 47 meters and 6 lanes. Ontario Street south to the north of the side, the blue line, that's a multi-purpose arterial with a planned right of way of 35 meters and 4 lanes. On this slide, we're talking about the intensification area. This area is designated for intensification along intensification corridors and within a major gateway into the built boundary. This requires the strategic treatment and massing of developments to create this gateway feature. And that's what Building D is bringing back to it. This was a preliminary rendering showing the development looking south. As you can see, Building C right there is at 16 stories. We're going to drop to 14. Building B is the front 25 and 20. And further to the east, which is the left side, that'll be the stacked townhouses. We're now going to look at this side, just looking to the north of it. You can see this rendering again is showing how we're going to drop Building C to 14 and providing appropriate landscape and amenity areas internal to the private park areas, so the public private park. This is the massing concept that has been proposed with Building D in yellow. And what this does, it reintroduces the gentle transition going from west to east along Dairy Road. And what I think is important here is that it takes away all that service parking from Dairy Road and provides a nice facade, which is the final slide, making it very short. This is what we're proposing. 3-story stacked townhouses along Dairy Road. And that's my presentation in a nutshell. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Wayne. I have Councillor Best has a question and he'll proceed. Are there any other members of council who would like to ask a question? Councillor Kaki will follow Councillor Best. Go ahead, Councillor Best.
Yes, thanks for your presentation. Just a quick question there. Actually, if you can just go back to that first rendering that you had, the one just the site plan. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, keep going, almost there. I think it's your last picture there. There's one. Okay, next one. Keep going, one more. Yeah, there you go. Could you enlarge that picture, please? That's any further? Okay. My question to you, sir, is have you designed any other buildings like this where you have stacked townhouses facing a 6-lane arterial road? Because I see that portion, I see someone pushing a baby carriage out onto the roadway, and I don't see any safety or noise walls or anything there. And I'm very concerned that this is the way that design is going. We've made some mistakes in the past on previous councils, but I don't recall anyone on Dairy Road where the actual houses face Dairy Road.
Good, your worship, Council Best. To answer that question, we have done developments with various townhouse products along an arterial road. In terms of an artistic rendering showing babies, absolutely, it's supposed to be a pedestrian environment. We're trying to activate the frontage to create a pedestrian environment so that it's not going to be just cars zooming by. You're going to have people living here. And as they live here, whether it's from the apartment to the stacked townhouse, even without the stacked townhouses, you will have the residents that live in the apartment buildings and the surrounding area that will do and currently do walk up and down Derry Road. You know, just to try and provide the context that, you know, Milton is growing not just outwards, it's going upwards, and a stacked townhouse product is not going to close the face of Derry Road from the development. What it does is it creates another face for what's been provided. Just going back to answer your question, yeah, we have done 3 stories townhouses onto a public road, and that's going through a number of approvals in other municipalities as well.
Just to inform you, the region is currently in plans to widen Derry Road to 6 lanes all the way across. So it's going to get busier, not less. Second question regarding the outline you have there. Did you ever consider a live-work type of arrangement? Because one of the issues that was raised at council when this was originally proposed is there's no commercial among 648 units here, even though this is, you know, very dense community of over 1,300 people. And is that something that could be considered?
It's a very good question, Council Best, and something we will take into consideration. One of the items that was looked back at 2019 was a market study. Again, looking at what's already available in commercial spaces in the area. So that's something that was considered back in 2019, and so we can take a look at it again. But we're talking right now about the 27 stacked townhouse units and not the total development as a whole.
And final question, and not only to you, but to the staff, and looking at the east side there with the exit there, was there any consideration of traffic lights there? Because the amount of traffic coming out of this development, as well as the plaza to the north, is steadily increasing. And I'm concerned that this area, that if we don't put it in now, it could be too late afterwards, and basically the taxpayers will have to pick up the cost.
Council, it's a very good question. We are having ongoing discussions with transportation staff, and we can certainly raise it with them and with our traffic consultant. If that is something that's warranted and appropriate, then we would have to take a look at that. I'm pretty sure that there are certain limitations or requirements that we have limited distance from an existing intersection that have to be considered. And that's something that staff will work with them to get the right advice as to what's appropriate for the site.
Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kalki.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question in relation to, if we could pull up that last image again. 2 questions. One's in relation to landscaping and green space. I know that's something that with provincial legislation, we are very restrained on how much we can have when development happens in our community. You mentioned that a parking lot was taken, or some parking spaces were taken away when this is now being proposed. Was any landscaping or green space taken away?
Yes, if we can just go back to the previous slide, we can take a look at, I'll skip down to where those 3 arrows are pointed at. We've introduced bicycle, so that would be a type of landscape that we've removed. What was actually replaced is the gigantic parking area facing Derry Road with the stacked townhouses. And we took a look at parking studies, and I just want to bring this up here because, you know, it wasn't just the market demand that we looked at, but we looked at other precincts and other municipalities. And in Mississauga, they did a 3-year study on parking that's appropriate. And it's a citywide study that is now implemented in the zoning bylaw. They have something called precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4. Precinct 3 being this type of arterial road corridor, and again, appropriate development being mid-rise to high-rise with similar parking ratios to what we've proposed. Similar types of, also best as a way, but similar types of built form with stacked townhouse and apartments. So that type of parking ratio of 1.0 and 0.2 has been approved by our neighbors to the east. And again, that was like a 3-year study that was quite extensive, had gone through public consultation and was reviewed and peer reviewed by traffic experts. So I think what we're reintroducing here was something that council already looked at in 2019 in terms of the bill form. And what we're looking now again is to see what's appropriate in terms of the parking ratio and having a development that works for everyone.
Okay, thanks. And just to said, the second question is in relation to piggyback off what Councillor Best said. Are there any plans to put some trees over there along that frontage just for safety reasons and for noise cancellation? Because it is a busy road. Somebody spins out of control. We don't want them plowing in front of the entrance to their townhouse.
Council, it's an excellent question. Those are usually done at the site plan level details where staff provide us the advice on how the streetscape is to be designed. And that's usually done by their guidelines or their requirements or comments.
Okay, perfect. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you, Wayne. I have a couple of virtual delegates, but before I go to them, I'll just ask if there are any members of the audience who wish to offer their thoughts about this application. Okay, we will. Is there other people downstairs? Okay, let's go with the virtual delegations then.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, if you could just identify yourself to council, your address, and then begin your presentation, and you have a maximum of 5 minutes to address this issue. So please begin.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Emran Aziz. I'm a Ward 3 resident on 546 Bartleman Terrace. Can I begin by just thanking town staff, Anne Raymond in particular, for the quick turnaround of information, and the Hartland District School Board. Back in 2019, when this development was initially approved by council, the Hartland District School Board projected approximately 50 students would be accommodated in this development. At the time of the development approval, this was in a TBD zone for the elementary phase. In 2023, the Hartland District School Board has identified that A.J. MacArthur School is now the catchment school. And I just want to read the school board response for this. According to the board's projections, A.J. MacArthur Primary School is projected to be over building capacity. As a result, students generated from this development are expected to be accommodated in their respective schools with the addition of portables. So essentially, there's no room in A.J. MacArthur. The current utilization of A.J. MacArthur is at 114%, and it already has 12 portables on site. When you review the long-term accommodation plan 2022 for Hartland District School Board, page 308 predicts that the school will have some capacity starting in 2035. So from that, you can understand, you can quote that for many students, that's going to be far too late. When you look at the secondary phase, again, when I go to the 2023 response, it identifies 2 secondary schools as possible catchment schools, Elsie McGill and Craig Kielberger. And again, I'm going to read out what the school board response is. Both secondary schools are projected to be over building and portable capacity. As a result, options for student accommodations will be reviewed for the school. Attendance at these schools is not guaranteed for the existing and new students. So in other words, there's no room at all for secondary phase students. And again, if I go back to the long-term accommodation plan, for Elsie McGill, page 334, current utilization is 112%. By 2037, it projects the utilization to be at 129%. For Craig Kielberger, page 342 of the same document, current utilization is 152%. In 2037, it's going to be 238%. It already has 24 portables on site, right? So what are we doing here? Well, we started off with 643 units that were approved in 2019. 24 townhouses were removed and 29 condos were added. This proposal now wants to keep those 29 condos and add 3 townhouses. So the overall change is 32 units, right? So you've already got a situation where the number of places available school is places available for students is limited, right? Problems with children getting access to schooling. And what you're now going to be doing by approving this is having a problem made even worse. And what I want to just remind everyone that children really only get one chance at going to school, you know, and approving this will disadvantage many students and possibly many students for years to come. And I just want to illustrate that with my own personal experience from where I live, which is in Hawthorne Village, phase 17, mentioned the street name. At the end of my street, you can see, when you walk to the end of my street, you can see Tiger Jeet School. It's less than 50 meters away. However, Tiger Jeet School is already full, right? And it's been like that for the last 9 years. Students that live on my street, they walk to the end of the street, they can see Tiger Jeet School, but they're bused to AJ MacArthur because there's not enough places. And that's been like that for the last 9 years. So the point that I want to make is that your decisions, Council, impact communities for many, many years to come, right? Kids being able to walk to their primary school, walk to their local school is really important for community cohesion, after school club participation, socializing with friends. And we all know that the impacts of early education, laying the foundations for good learning, are embedded in the foundation years and the elementary years. And I want to make sure that that isn't disadvantaged. The other point that I want to make is that when this was approved in 2019, the showroom or the presentation centre was already constructed before it actually was approved at council.
And Ron, could you wrap up your pastime?
Sure. The only point I'm going to make is that I hope this version of the developer respects the consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of council with questions for Imran? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Sean, have you identified yourself to the clerk by putting your hand up? You are the next delegate.
The only point I'm going to make is that I hope this version of the developer.
Thank you. Are there any members of council with questions for Imran? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Sean, have you identified yourself to the clerk by putting your hand up? You are the next delegate.
Hello?
You won't have to listen to that
Hello?
again tonight.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please identify yourself and where you reside and begin your presentation. You have 5 minutes, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Linton. I live at 430 Valley View Crescent, Milton, Ontario. The first thing I'd like to address is the notification area. Living at the end of Valley View Crescent, we were not notified of this change. And the first, back in 2019, we had to go out of our way to learn about this development. We weren't notified because we were outside of the 100-meter zone. The 100-meter zone for a project of this scope is totally inadequate, and we'd asked council to consider that back in 2019. So now we find ourselves that they've gone through 2 applications to change the project, and we luckily became aware of this. I'd like to first address the parking issue. I find it a little amusing that they haven't sold any parking spaces, and that I would suggest that would be because they are mostly selling to investors, and investors buying properties aren't really concerned about parking. So I'm a little concerned that there's not going to be sufficient parking, and the parking is going to eventually overflow into my street in Valley View. Also concerned about the density. In 2019, we expressed concerns to the council on the height of the building or the buildings, as well as the site itself creating an urban island. And we're still very concerned that it's an urban island. As Colin Best pointed out, there's going to be 6 lanes of traffic there. the area is going to become unwalkable with the future developments. And the notion that there's going to be sufficient public transit is a bit of a misnomer, in my opinion, because we haven't seen tangible transit funding committed to the area. And then the other thing, there was originally supposed to be retail on this parking in this development, and the retail was removed at the request of the original developer. And there's identified lack of retail space. But the property as a whole, the density there does not fit in with the existing community. We have a tower that's now an eyesore, and we likely have an urban island that's going to create traffic chaos and parking problems into the future. So the additional units in lieu of parking just doesn't make any sense from our perspective. It's already a development of concern, and with the proposed other developments that are likely to come along in the area, in our opinion, the area is going to become very difficult to live in. And I hope that council takes that into account when they make the decision on this amendment. That's all I have. Appreciate council's time, and we'll look forward to the meeting where the decision is going to be made.
Sean, we appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Are there any members of council with questions for Sean? Councillor Kalki.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Thanks, Sean, for the comments that you made there. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on the concerns you have pertaining to the parking, just so our staff can, have all that information as part of their further review of this application?
My apologies, Councillor Kalki. We're going to try to call the delegate back, okay? Just give us 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Questions for Sean. In the meantime,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Sean, for the.
I will ask for any further questions. The delegate that the audience may have for a second time. You sound great, by the way. For a second time, are there any questions? Third and final time, is there anybody in the audience who wishes to address council about this matter? Okay, so I'm not hearing any. We will wait.
Was there a question for me?
Yes.
I got caught in the delay.
Yeah, that's okay. Councillor Kalki will re-ask the question, and hopefully you've got a thought about it. Here he is.
Thanks, Sean, for your comments there. I'm not sure. I guess you were disconnected before I spoke. My question was just in relation to the concern that you said you had about parking. Are you able to just elaborate a bit on what the concern is specifically, just so our staff can take that in for input as part of the further review that they're going to do?
Right. I'm concerned with their calculations and their assumptions they've made on a per unit parking basis. As Milton being, a suburb, and the majority of people who live here commute with a car to work, and unfortunately, I don't see that changing anytime soon. I really question the math that they're using to come up and the consultants' reports that they're using to come up with the number of parking spots that they require or that they feel they need on this property.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for elaborating on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sean. You can now go back to watching the Montreal Canadiens.
Thanks.
I won't be watching them tonight, that's for sure. So I have a motion. It's moved by Councillor Best and seconded by Councillor Malbouf that Development Services Report DS 049-23 be received for information. Any further comments or discussions? Yes, Councillor or Mayor Krantz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the last delegation's presentation there, he had mentioned about the what I believe the improper circulation. I'm a little concerned about that. Through you to staff, was it done outside of the prescribed catchment area, or what happened there? I'm always concerned about that.
Jill?
Through the chair to Mayor Krantz, we notified all residents within 200 meters of the proposal from the property line of the subject property. 200 meters is above and beyond what the Planning Act requires us to do. Planning Act requires us to circulate a distance of 120 meters.
So then, Mr. Chairman, can I assume that he's outside of that then, and we did what was legal?
That's correct.
Fair assumption on my part.
Yeah,
So
that's correct.
I think that should be, noted for sure, because I was under the impression that he was not circulated by his presentation. So
Right.
He should be made aware of that. That's
Yeah, he
all.
lives on Valley View, your worship. You know where that is relative to the corner,
Very well.
the intersection?
Yep.
As well, I believe we also exceed the rural requirement as well. Aren't we at 400 meters? And it's 100.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Best has a question.
Not so much a question, just a comment, Mr. Chair. Just on that, the whole motion, could staff indicate not only to council but the public when they estimate this technical report coming back to council so that the public is aware of when this report and also the notification?
Currently, we're targeting the December 18th council meeting or January council.
And anybody that spoke is going to be notified as well?
Everyone who spoke this evening will be notified.
Thank you. That's everything.
And again, I think, Councillor, that is standard procedure. Right? Okay. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. So we now have our second public meeting and the clerk will introduce this application.
Thank you. This is our second public meeting this evening with regard to zoning bylaw amendment application by Mattamy Milton West Limited, applicable to lands located at the northwest corner of Britannia Road and Regional Road 25. Council will consider related bylaws at a future meeting. If you wish to be notified of the decision, please sign the attendance sheet at the back table of council chambers or make a written request to the town clerk 150 Mary Street, Milton, or email townclerk@milton.ca. Following a presentation from the applicant, there will be an opportunity for public comments from in-person and remote participants. During this presentation, a phone number and email address will be scrolling across the live stream video for members of the public who wish to speak on this item via Zoom. For anyone wanting to connect remotely, you'll be given step-by-step instructions on how to enter and participate via phone only. As a reminder, the phone number is 1-866-511-0021 and the email address is townclerk@milton.ca.
Thanks, Megan. Is now the opportunity for the applicant to present their application so far to council and the public. And I believe this is Catherine McEwen. If you could identify yourself and the gentleman with you and who you represent. Thank you.
There we go. Good evening. My name is Catherine McEwen from Corsiac Urban Planning. I'm here on behalf of Mattamy Homes, and here with me is Shane Cooney from Mattamy Homes.
So we're just going to do a little adjustment here. Good evening. And so my name is Shane Cooney. I'm from Mattamy Homes. One of the things we wanted to kick off before starting off is obviously this is our second meeting. So one of the things we wanted to start with in our first slide here is, what have we heard to date? And we've heard a lot of feedback from staff. We've heard a lot of feedback from council here at the previous meeting, as well as members of the public too. And so what we wanted to highlight that as we continue to refine our plans is some of the things that we've heard so far. So if we look at the top 5 things, we've kind of grouped them into some themes, open space opportunities being one on the site, housing attainability, sustainability, carbon reduction, infrastructure, and traffic circulation. I know we only have 5 minutes, so I won't get into too much detail, but we're happy to answer any further questions. So I'll pass it back to Catherine for the presentation.
Okay. The subject property is located on the north side of Britannia, west side of Regional Road 25, and is bisected by Etheridge Avenue. The site has access to existing bike lanes and trail systems and is also located within a short drive or bike to multiple schools and parks. The lands are identified as urban area in the Halton Region Official Plan and residential area in the Town Official Plan. The proposed rezoning includes the existing residential property on the north block. A portion of Regional Road 25 adjacent to the property is identified as intensification corridor within the urban boundary. The subject lands are located within the Boyne Survey Secondary Plan. The goal of the secondary plan is to create safe, livable, complete communities within the Boyne Survey area. Mattamy has developed much of the lands to the west, which for the most part are lower density residential uses such as detached semis and towns. As we transition to 25, the secondary plan identifies the lands as a major node. Major nodes are located at key intersections such as this one and are envisioned by the town to ensure compact communities that accommodate higher density residential forms. This node was strategically located as it's at a key intersection that is a gateway into the town. This will provide active street frontage along Britannia and 25 and the adjacent natural heritage channel, providing separation from the lower density residential uses to the west. The secondary plan permits residential and mixed use buildings up to 15 stories with a maximum FSI of 3. The lands are currently zoned FD, future development, and a rezoning application is required to implement the policies of the secondary plan. This is our timeline of kind of where we started and where we're at now. The application was originally submitted in 2018, and we've been working diligently with town staff since that time to refine the concepts, and we continue to. Throughout the last several months, several meetings have been held to discuss the proposed design, as well as collect feedback. Meetings have included an informal public meeting, various meetings with staff and councillors, and as previously mentioned, public meeting back in September. We've heard feedback from these meetings and have considered and continue to explore as we continue to evolve and refine the design of the site. Our teams pulled inspiration from a variety of different examples. We want to showcase more programmed outdoor space, such as tot lots, a mix of public and private outdoor spaces, retail plazas, and mid-block connections. The proposed development includes 7 buildings ranging from 12 to 15 stories on 10.25 acres with an FSI of 3. There's approximately 10,000 square feet of retail space proposed within the 2 buildings that wrap Regional Road 25 and Etheridge, which will be a significant benefit to the neighborhood. It was really important when coming up with the design to showcase the existing natural heritage by proposing a promenade along the western perimeter of the site. This promenade also connects to the existing pedestrian and bike network, as well as new mid-block connections proposed within the site. The promenade will provide a buffer between the buildings and the NHS promenades and existing low-rise community to the west. The buildings have been placed throughout the site to maintain views to the NHS and create mid-block connections through the site and provide generous public realm along Regional Road 25 in Etheridge. The proposed plan seeks to enhance the public realm with active uses at grade, programmed outdoor spaces at the north and south ends, as well as along Etheridge. We're currently exploring alternative methods of transportation, including bike and car share. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the development looking south, which illustrates the distance between the proposed development and the low-rise community to the west, which is separated by the NHS. Buildings have been placed to meet urban design guideline principles with mid-block connections. To conclude, I'd just like to highlight some of the features of the project, including the thoughtful neighborhood design, walkability, and cycling connectivity, an enhancement to the existing trail system. The proposal of 10,000 square feet of retail space will create a true mixed-use neighborhood, including residential, retail, and employment opportunities. Mattamy is also committed to introducing sustainability measures, including efficient heating and cooling systems, reducing embodied carbon, among many other areas of exploration. Lastly, introducing the landscape open space adjacent to the NHS will enhance the existing natural environment while adding to the existing pedestrian network. I'd like to note that the design is still evolving, and we're happy to hear feedback as we continue to refine the design. Next slide. We have representatives from Mattamy, the BA Group, who is a transportation engineer, Core Architects, WSP, the civil engineers, RWDI, who are the sustainability consultants, and landscape architect from MBTW.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I have two councillors at this point who have questions for you. The first is Councillor Ali, and then followed by Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you for your presentation. I know last time you were here, I questioned the courtyard that was taken away. And I was wondering if you had any opportunity to work on that and if that is in the pipeline.
We're continuing to work with staff to evolve the concept. So we've definitely heard your comments and we've taken them back and are taking them seriously.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that you're taking them seriously. Can I request staff to put one of the slides up? That was the 3D rendering of the project. The next, yes. I can see it's evident from this slide that the natural heritage system between the existing development and the proposed development. I read the report thoroughly. I did not see the measurements included in there. Can you share those with me?
I believe it's approximately 80 meters between from the NHS to the tightest building location.
Thank you. Last question. I know you mentioned improvements to the NHS as part of your sustainability measures. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
It'll be improvements along the NHS. So within our property, there's quite a wonderful design that's in the works, that's enhanced, it's programmed. I don't know if you want MBTW, the landscape architect, to elaborate on that. I'm sure Gus would be happy to do so.
He's coming forward. Just identify yourself and who you're with, and then if you could answer Councillor Ali's question.
Yep, Gus Morano, Senior Associate with the MBTW Group. We're the landscape architects on the project. Just as an extension of the NHS and the importance of that green space, we have what is essentially a linear green space on the south block of over 300 meters. And along that linear green space, a minimum dimension of 9 meters, what we have are a series of program spaces. So we mentioned the tot lot, outdoor exercise equipment, seating, naturalized planting. So the vision is really to take that green space and have it be the interface with the NHS. So it's essentially like a linear green space with a series of outdoor program spaces. So many things, seating, play areas, exercise. And so it's an extension in that sense. Yep.
Thank you so much. I was getting questions about this from residents, so I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to explain. Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Ali? Okay, Councillor Marshall and then Councillor Best.
Thank you, through you. Thank you again for the presentation. Reiterate my comments previously and also the comments that Councillor Ali just made regarding the park space. This area really lacks park space for the existing residents as long as the residents that you're proposing to bring. And so we really hope that there is an appetite to increase the amount of green space for these residents. I would also just echo my comments previously with respect to considering some underground parking, perhaps to even enhance the green space even more. And then my one question, so some of the concerns that I've had is with respect to the height of the proposed buildings and how that might impact the existing residential area behind it. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to that point. With respect to viewpoints, shadows, visibility, if there's any impact from lighting and things like that for the proposed units.
Maybe I'll bring up our architect as well, just to talk a little bit further. Maybe I'll start with some of the impacts when we're evaluating the existing community as well, because it's really something that we thought quite a bit about in terms of the positioning, the location of all the buildings on the site and how they've located. You can see that a majority of the buildings have been pushed towards Regional Road 25 and away from the existing community to the west. And also thinking about the built form that is closer to the existing community is also the narrow portion of the building. So one of the things that we looked at through the studies was our shadow analysis is something that we have to do for all buildings when we are evaluating potential sun and shadow. And so our architect, Brian has come today from Core Architects. If you wanted to walk through maybe some of the shadow.
Brian, so if you could identify yourself, Brian, who you work for, and then answer the question. Thanks.
Sure. My name is Brian Lay, partner with Core Architects.
Oh, it's not on here. Oh. Is it? Sorry. Doesn't look like it was there.
Which slide are you looking for?
It's not popping up. Sorry, it was a.
Yeah.
Sorry. So while we're waiting for that to come up, maybe I can talk about the park space a little bit as well. That was one of the questions that came up from Councillor Lee and yourself. On the park space, Gus brought up the promenade and what the promenade and the experience will look like in that promenade space. And it's a long linear park. And so part of what we've heard is part of the feedback and thinking about how we can configure the different spaces is definitely the size and the shapes of the parks too. So that's also something that we'll take back. We'll consider to evaluate as we proceed forward through the design exercise as well.
Okay, Brian.
Okay, thank you. So what you can see on the screen here are the computer generated shadow studies from April and September for the times prescribed by Milton. And in the center of each of those frames, you can see the proposed development that was submitted for the rezoning application. And in the darker blue color is the shadow of each building, taking into account the longitude and latitude of the site and daylight savings time where appropriate. So this is computer generated. And what you can see most prevalently here is that the permitted 15-story maximum height on the site does not generate any new shadow on the community to the west during these times. I think what's also notable is we've been studying the sustainability side of sun and shadow, and the conclusion from our sustainability consultant was that the generally east-west orientation of the buildings allows us to optimize the heating and cooling in the buildings, which is obviously a much further exercise down the road, but something that we would like to consider in this overall massing stage. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Marshall, any further questions?
Yeah, I'm just hoping you can also comment on the anticipated lighting and any impacts that could have on that residential area behind as well.
Yeah, I think that would be something that takes place during the site plan approval process, where photometric studies would be prepared by our electrical engineers. And I don't know the requirements in Milton, but presumably there's a maximum amount of light spillage that's allowed to pass the property line, and we would address that at the SPA stage.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Best.
Yes, if you could just go back to the site plan that you indicated earlier. It highlights the buildings as well as the large parking lot there. Yep, that one, back one. Okay, we missed it. Okay, just on that, it has a large parking area. Are these parking lots interconnected? So if you come in one entrance, you can actually get to the other buildings or not?
That's correct. It's interconnected.
Okay, good. Because we have a real problem with U-turns these days of people on arterial roads. Second question, and thank you for the 3D drawings. It's a lot better than the ones we saw at the last meeting. You mentioned about you not putting in underground parking. Is that still the case?
Sorry. As far as the underground, so there is still underground parking. There's actually 2 levels of underground parking that is proposed. There is some surface parking as well.
Okay, just wanted that clarified because the first presentation, it sounded more like you weren't putting underground parking. So I just wanted to make sure.
No, all we were talking about is the split between the underground and the above grade parking.
Okay, yeah, because if you check with the Cement Association of Canada, they have a quite detailed information regarding their zero emissions. So there is a lot of cutbacks there. But I have some concerns later, which I'll be addressing with the chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions of the delegate from, or the applicant from council? Seeing none, you're dismissed. And I now will go to the public portion of this public meeting. We have 3 individuals who wish to address council, staff, and the applicant with respect to this matter. The first speaker is Gokhan Haskin. If he would come forward, please. And I believe we have your name and address. So if you want to begin your presentation, you have a maximum of 5 minutes. Thanks.
So I'd just like to present some statistics to council specific to the town of Milton and as published by Statistics Canada. So Mattamy Homes hired a consulting firm called BA Group, who submitted to council the transportation impact report of this proposed development. They used 1,900 new households as the basis for their predictions. So I took a look at StatsCan's own numbers myself, using 1,900 households as a baseline to see if they'd match up. Okay, here's what I found. In Milton, the average number of inhabitants per household is 3.3 people. So simple math, 1,900 new households will bring 6,250 more people to Regional Road 25 and Etheridge. The percentage of households in Milton with 2 or more adults is 96%. Okay, 60% of adults living in Milton work, for a total workforce of 58,410 people. 62% of these people commute to work. Of this workforce, only 9% use public transportation. So if 1,900 new households at one single traffic intersection adds 6,250 people, and 96% of those households will have 2 or more adults living there, then there'll be an increase of at least 3,650 adults to this neighborhood. Of these additional 3,650 adults, we know that 2,200 of them will be working. That's 60%. So removing the 9% that take public transit to and from work, the number of people commuting to work from this development with private vehicles will be 1,250. That's 1,250 more vehicles passing through one intersection every day. The 462-page report provided by BA Group makes 45 mentions of the term peak hours. According to StatsCan, 65% of all vehicular traffic in Milton happens during peak hours. So if this proposed amendment adds 1,250 more vehicles to Regional Road 25 and Etheridge, that intersection, that one intersection, that will generate an additional 800 two-way vehicle trips during the peak hours, twice per day. And note, that doesn't take into consideration school purposes vehicles, whether private or public. That's just people trying to get to work. The traffic impact report provided by the BA Group concludes, and I quote, "The proposed development is anticipated to generate in the order of 435 and 515 two-way vehicle trips during peak hours." So StatsCan says the proposed development will add roughly 800 more vehicles to rush hour, twice a day, while the report commissioned by Mattamy Homes claims it'll only add 450. StatsCan says 800, Mattamy Homes says 450. So my questions to council are as follows. Who's wrong? Who's wrong? One of the two is wrong. StatsCan or Mattamy? Who would benefit from being wrong? StatsCan or Mattamy? Who does council believe to be the greater authority when it comes to providing statistical predictions of vehicular traffic volumes? StatsCan or Mattamy? So in closing, I'll leave you with this. Obviously, I'm taking this issue to heart. So should council take the unfortunate decision to adopt this proposal, this proposed bylaw amendment, I will immediately file an appeal with the Ontario Land Tribunal and work to have the decision overturned for as long as it takes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a note to the audience, clapping is not permitted in this chamber for such public meetings. You can do a silent high five or whatever you want to do, but no clapping, please. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Haskin. If you could just wait there for a second, if there's any questions of council of you with respect to your presentation. Not seeing any questions. Thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker who is in person is Fayez Ansari. Mr. Ansari, could you come forward, please? And I believe we have your address as well. So if you want to begin your presentation, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Absolutely. So hi and good evening. Rather good night, and thanks for the commitment for everyone to be still here, in fact, right? And I want to start again sincerely thanking to all the council for giving us this opportunity to express our concerns, because hopefully it will lead to a meaningful outcome for our neighborhood, in fact. And to be cognizant of time, I would focus on 3 things here, right? Number 1, the trust between residents of this neighborhood and the Milton Council. And I will elaborate that. Number 2, insufficient infrastructure. None of us is against high density. I think that's a need. We understand it's the need of the province, but insufficient infrastructure for a high density neighborhood. And I'll elaborate there too. And the third thing, which my colleague also pointed out, I think we need to think that who is the biggest beneficiary and who will be the biggest loser if this amendment goes through. So let me start by my point number 1, trust between the residents and the Milton Council. People like me, we bought a house just a few years back, I think 5 or 7 years back, based on a plan which was propagated by the builder and approved by the Milton Council. Now, that plan showed us some infrastructure there, what will be there in terms of the buildings, what will be there in terms of the parks, how would be the traffic intersections and so on. And we made a commitment based on that plan. Now, just in a matter of few years, that plan is going to, hopefully it doesn't go to a dustbin. And we are talking about adding 5,000 to 6,000 people within the same land mass with one intersection, right? So just imagine that, how does a person living in that neighborhood feel about it? That yes, I trusted the town. They always approved development based on the best interest of the residents. But this is in 5 years, I am getting this, right? So just imagine, how can we continue to count on our representatives who are here? Though I'm very happy you asked very relevant questions today, but just think about it. We count on you, we vote for you, and then we expect that a relationship of trust will continue. So please, my request on my first point is that give us this opportunity to continue to count on you, right? My point number 2 is insufficient infrastructure to put 5,000 more people in that small pocket. If there is infrastructure, nothing wrong with it, right? But if we'll try to put I would say, a round peg in a square hole, we know the outcome, right? So you look at the intersections there, you look at how far are the schools and park there, and I get surprised when we talk about even removing a small pocket which was inside the original plan. It does not exist, but I'm glad you have pointed out several times, in fact. So putting 1,000 more units. The original plan had 833 units. The revised plan has 1,768 units, almost 1,000 more units, getting at least 5,000, or as my colleague says, by StatScan, 6,000 more people in that place. What will be the impact? 2,000 additional cars, right? Probably 3,000 more children going to school. Do we have, I want everyone to think about it. Do we have that infrastructure? If that infrastructure exists today, please, yeah, I'll be supportive of that, right? It's like my colleagues, but please, we need to think twice because it will not only destroy the quality of life of existing residents. In fact, we are inviting 5,000 more people and put them in a bad shape as well, right? So please think about it. The final point that I want to make within the last 50 seconds, who is the biggest gain? Who is the biggest beneficiary? I don't think there are two opinions about it. By selling 1,000 more units within the same plot size, how much more money comes from it? And we know where is this money going, right? 1,000 more units, right? So that's so clear. Not only that, expansion of commercial space and replacing a children park with a concrete building. So who is the major gainer there? And if you talk about who is the biggest loser, it's people like me, it's people like them who live there, who trusted a plan which was approved by town of Milton. And then in 5 years' time, it's being changed, right? So with humility and on behalf of all my colleagues here, I request you to please give due consideration to all the facts that we are bringing forward and reject this amendment proposal, please, so that we can continue to count on each one of you. And thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to each of the council members for giving us this opportunity to express our concerns. And we look forward to your support here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Ansari. Are there any questions of Mr. Ansari from members of council? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Clark, I like that. Mr. Clark, I have your name. I don't have your address. If you could provide that.
Yeah, 395 English Mill Court, wearing the Patriots shirt who lost against the Bullies yesterday. So, not that we're referencing anything here.
However, you don't want to hear my whining about the Canadians? Okay.
You know what? No,
please proceed. You have 5 minutes and thank you.
All right. And I also have about 200 signatures here within a couple hours of walking around the communities close to this area. And on the petition of these 200 people is for the size and use to remain the same, 833 residential units, and the square footage of the retail commercial being the same. Not changing the current plans in the future for the site, including the amount of residential units and commercial ground floor uses that have already been approved as well. So not just now, but when they change their mind in a couple of years or come back. To have 1.5 parking spaces per unit and 1 visitor space per unit for a total of 2.5 parking spaces per unit. Parking to be underground, I'm assuming with the size of 6 stories, 2 would be good. If they are looking at the 15, I assume 5 to 10 would be good. Mattamy will erect a large coniferous tree along the sides of the west side to help prevent noise and light pollution. And finally, the big one, that Mattamy will provide a park for residents, community members to use that's suitable for the density surrounding it. Not just throwing in a little swing here and outdoor playground here, but something that actually fits the needs of the community. Earlier for the other site, someone was talking about the school population of Elton McGill is at 111%, I believe is what they said. Currently, they go to grade 11. What percentage of the school will be used next year when it's grade 12? It was also mentioned about bus and transportation for that area. The one side with 4 units, in the proposed plan is more than 1.6 kilometers away from the Catholic elementary school. So not only are you having vehicles blocking that road in the morning during rush hour, as per stats can, you're also now having school buses up and down that laneway. What happens for the senior residents and then the population there with special needs who are in that area when they need a place to go and to a park? I've heard about these trails that are going to go to Neverland. I haven't seen the stuff yet, but there's supposed to be these great trails, 2 kilometers away to different places. In Milton, when it snows, they don't get plowed unless we're going to plow these areas to help residents get to these destinations. With my current role, I work with special needs students. I'm the department head. I oversee 70 of them at Craig Kilberger Secondary School, and I love my job and I love these students. They have special needs and they need places to go. And on my street, there's 3 families with these kids. I see them on their tricycles out playing, having fun, doing things. They need a safe area to do that, and they should be able to live in a condo building and still do that. They should not be limited where they live because of who they are. When we're talking about, Madam wants to try to talk about the environment and things like that. Are all the parking spots going to be EV suited? The reason I ask this question is we're moving into the next few years. And as we know with our government federally, we're going to have more electric vehicles than ever before. So is Mattamy including electric vehicle charging stations with every unit? If it's not, I would suggest that's part of the plan, because again, going forward, this will take a few years to be built. And we need things like that in place ahead of time, especially with electrical grid when it happens. Again, if they are, indeed looking at Canada, our climates and everything as a whole, are we going to have solar panels on these buildings to help generate electricity for the building itself? When I look at the green park, or not green park, sorry, the buildings that are down town Milton, up that are, at the old railway station area there, they take care of themselves. You have geothermal, right? You have lots of things happening. Learned a lot about fireworks tonight, more than I ever thought I would find out. If we're worried about some emissions from some fireworks, but then we're going to throw what we're throwing into this small little space, are you not worried about the emissions that you're throwing on to the people who were here and helped get that area ready? That's lots of emissions going into our backyards. And again, the school board capacities, I mentioned Elsie McGill, because I know they're, like you said, grade 11, it's not even grade 12, and they're over capacity. There are more high schools opening, but that's the issue. I know people are scared to go to the housing board if they say no to projects. However, I think there's a lot of valid reasons why a no from town council would hold up in that. And again, you can look at school populations, lots of different things that you can look at that could be good reasons for not approving this project that you could have a leg to stand on when you are in front of the board.
Could you wrap up, Mr. Clark?
Yeah. Any questions?
Okay, so you have wrapped up. Okay, very good. Yes, are there any questions of Mr. Clark from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Right.
Do you wish to leave your petition with the clerk, or are you still working on it?
We still have a few more coming in, and sorry, that was going to be one of my questions. Where can I drop them off after? Yeah,
Here at
I'll
town
collect
hall.
after.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For a second time, are there anybody from the audience who wishes to address council staff and the applicant with respect to this matter? Please come forward, identify yourself and your address, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hussein Baig. I live on 379 Emmett Landing. I'm one of the residents that are directly affected by this amendment, making these buildings. Our neighbors have already brought up some points, so I won't repeat those. Some of the points that affect me greatly is the situation with the schools. For the last couple of years since my kids have been going to the school, dropping them off in the morning is a very chaotic experience. Blocking fire lanes, police giving out tickets. It takes me about like 15 minutes to drop off my daughter to school every morning. My wife, it's a very stressful thing for my wife to drop off my kids to school. So I have to, make the trip to drop them off. So definitely, I would also like to touch on the fact that our infrastructure is not there for housing like 800 kids in the school. My daughter has been going to portables, since she's been in school. So we definitely do not have the infrastructure to house more kids or more people in that area. Another thing I like to touch on is that when we bought those units, we paid a premium to Mattamy to buy those ravine lots. So I remember my parents-in-law and I paid $50,000 extra, and I know Oliver paid a lot more for his. And, if this plan is going to go ahead, I would request the council to order the Mattamy to give us back the 50 grand with compound interest for all the time they have, benefited from that money. Another thing I would like to bring up is that we definitely do not need more cars in that area. Right now, I come home late every day just to, miss traffic. And it still takes me about, 45 minutes to come from work. And no matter what time of the day you go to Regional Road 25, it's bumper to bumper with trucks and construction and cars. So I see that for the next 10 years is going to be hell living in Milton because of all the construction and all the traffic. So I guess for me, for now, these are the only points that I have left, and I hope you guys take that into consideration because I feel like Milton is becoming a place where I can't raise my children anymore because of construction and these, high-rise buildings popping up everywhere. We still have a lot of land in Milton. Don't underestimate the land that we have. I understand that, GTA is struggling with overpopulation and, density issues, but Milton, we still have a lot of land. You can tell by all the thousands of warehouses that we're, building here. So aside from the school buses, the commuter traffic, we also need to talk about all the traffic that we're going to get from the semis and about the CN rail yard that's going across the street in Britannia as well. So Britannia and Regional Road 25 are going to be like very crazy for the next couple of years. So I hope you guys take that into consideration. And also my biggest point for tonight was that the premium lot that we paid Mattamy for that great ravine look. A lot of people along that side have swimming pools and, people like to sit on their deck and sip some coffee and not have 2,000 people staring at you. So I would just like to bring that across as well. Well, I won't take much more of your time. Have yourselves a good night.
There may be some questions. Just stay there for a second. Are there any members of council with questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you. For a second time, is there anybody else who wishes to address council staff and the applicant with respect to this matter? If you could, once you reach the podium, provide us with your name and your address, please, and then you have 5 minutes.
My name is Liliana Souza Bernardo at 475 Clarkson Gate. I don't have anything prepared. I just wanted to come up and speak to a couple of the issues that the community is facing in this area. The traffic is a big concern, as you've heard tonight. The intersection of Etheridge and Highway 25, that's how I get to work every day. It's a nightmare already. Without any other community, without any other buildings, it's already a nightmare on that particular stretch. And I know there's traffic on Britannia, but even where they're proposing these buildings on the cusp of Highway 25, there's no leeway space between what is a huge, busy intersection, what is going to be a large road, and against that road, you're going to have 8 huge towers. From my front porch, that's what I'm going to be looking out at. I'm going to be looking out and all I will see is towers because that's what my house faces now. And it's not fair to me. It's not fair to the community that this is now left on our front door. Aside from infrastructure, they're talking about a promenade instead of a school, instead of a playground. There are no parks in this community. Thank goodness for the other builder who put in a small 2-swing, 1-slide park behind us. If not for that, there wouldn't be. Any parks that were on the original schematic from Mattamy were replaced with condos, townhouses and houses. Anywhere they could squeeze in a house to make more profit, they did. And the community suffered for it. This is not the community that I lived in. I've been in Milton since 2004 at Derry and Thompson. You walk anywhere, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you're in a park. It's a beautiful community, beautiful schools, trees. I loved raising my children in Milton. This is not the Milton that I'm comfortable with, that I'm used to. There are no parks. It's just more greed, more condos. The promenade, the walking, there's no walking here. There's no shops close by. If you walk the trails of the nature system that they're talking about, it's all overgrown, swampy. There isn't even gravel on them. There's nowhere to go on these parks. If you want to go shopping, you need a car. If you want to go to work, you need a car. If they're not going to be putting underground parking in these buildings, my concern is where is the excess cars going to go? They're going to go on my street because my street is the first one right after this building where our children are playing. and there's gonna be more street traffic, noise, all that stuff, all the traffic. We don't even have a bus route. They canceled Route 20, which would take people into Oakville. There's no transit providing a good commute from this system. It's gonna be cars. It's gonna be buses, school buses, people driving their kids to school, because the nearest school is a half an hour walk from this community. If you're going to St. Scholastica, it's not an easy commute for the small children. So no parks, far distance from school, way too many buildings, too many people in a small area. It's just gonna be too congested. And I think all the residents, regardless of whether it's high rise, I mean, we would prefer a smaller building, but even still, like, it's just too many buildings. It's too many people, and there's nothing for families. A promenade, kids don't want to walk on a promenade with tall grass around them. They want a park. They want swings. Parents want a place where they can take their children and a community that they feel comfortable living in. And that's all I really have to say.
All right, thank you very much. Any members of council with questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Again, for a second time, is there anybody who wishes to address council staff and the applicant with respect to this matter? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name and your address, and begin your presentation. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Murtaza Bukhari, and I live at 370 English Mill Court. Our neighbor here had informed me about what was happening with the proposal, and as a person who does commute, I am a software designer, so I do have to work in downtown time to time. It is a nightmare for driving from in the morning. There's already a lot of traffic, and I've already seen on 5 occasions road rage. And this is just before the condos are construction that's even happening. So I'm really concerned that when you're increasing a density size from a 6-story building to like 15 stories, you're adding a lot more resentment for people who are commuting. And I'm a user experience designer. And one thing I've learned is that if you're adding a lot of features to a software, it can overwhelm a lot of the users. So usually what happens is that we introduce features one step at a time. So a consumer, a user is also easily accessible. But you guys are adding already a fine proposal, but you're adding more stories to it without like consideration of parks, consideration of school dynamics, consideration of traffic. I see the proposal, I'm like, okay, I get it. But at the same point, it's like, you're going to cause a lot more issues in the future than in the present. So my sort of hope to the council is that you kind of reject the proposal of adding more like stories to it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, before you leave, are there any members of council who wish to ask the delegate any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Second time again, anybody who wishes to address, yes, please come forward. State your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mario Fajardo, 331 English Mill Court. I've been in Milton for 10 years now. The reason why I came to Milton because it was a great community to raise children. That was 10 years ago, not the reality now. A lot of my colleagues have been talking about infrastructure, and I want to give you my experience of that. I have 2 daughters, 7 and 11. They go to school in a portable. That's what's on the initial plan when I came to Milton. If I want to take my daughters to a park with a basketball court, I need to drive 1 kilometer from English Mill Court. This month, I registered my daughters in swimming classes. Just listen to this. The reasonable hours for swimming were done in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Registration started at 7. When I logged in at 7:02, reasonable hours for registering your children in swimming, they were done. They were done. It was all waiting list, waiting list, waiting list, waiting list. What's going to happen once we add all these people in this small area? Are we going to be double stacking portables? Are we going to be doing swimming classes in Mill Pond? I don't know, but we need to change the strategy. Thank you very much.
There may be, yes, there may be a question or a comment from members of council. Seeing none, thank you, sir. Again, for a second time, is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to approach council? If you could provide your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Angela Gutzel and I reside at 423 English Mill Court. I've been listening to everything this evening and all the points that have been brought up have been on point. I did want to mention one thing as well. Not sure if these have been considerations in the plan, but in regards to hospitals. I have a son who has life-threatening allergies. I also have my mother who resides with us, who is 72 years old and has some health conditions as well. Anytime I've had to take them to the hospitals to visit the ER, we've been there for more than 5-6 hours. So just wondering if there's been any considerations in regards to how the excess number of people are going to put more strain on our already strained healthcare system. Even going, to Oakville Hospital, same thing. The wait times are just astronomical there. And that's what I wanted to bring up.
All right. Anything further?
No, that's it.
Might be appropriate for Councillor Best as president of AMO to just sort of offer his perspective and the AMO's perspective on their discussions with Ontario about infrastructure, healthcare, education, et cetera. If you could be brief and just share what you know today.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, the delegation. It's certainly one of my concerns. Unfortunately, I was just on the phone with long-term care for my mother. I apologize for doing that, but I agree with you. I've spent 6 months at the hospital. It is full. Now, you add 6,000 people plus all the other ones. But in terms of AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, it's one of our biggest concerns. We understand the challenges the province has building housing, but you also have to have the physical and social infrastructure as well. And you certainly hit that point as well as the other delegates. So it's something for staff to consider, and we're working on it.
And just as background, his association represents all the municipalities across the province of Ontario. It's the largest municipal association in Canada. And he's one of your councillors. Any questions of the delegate? Thank you. For a second time, is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to address council on this matter? If you could state your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes to address council.
Good evening. My
Your
name
name
is
and
Stacey.
address first.
Yes, my name is Stacey Lynn Morley and I reside at 486 English Mill Court. And we love Milton, but it seems to be changing a little bit. My daughter goes to St. Scholastica and driving to school is pretty dangerous. We've already this year in September had a boy get hit and run. He got hit by a car and he's okay, but that was at the beginning of the school year. So that's pretty scary for a parent to take their kid to school. And there's already 7 JK classes in that school. So just something to consider. Are there more schools with these new condos coming? The other thing I wanted to talk about is, has there been consideration for snow removal for the above ground parking? Because I know an example of the Sobeys Plaza where that snow goes. So I just want to know if people have thought about where the snow is going to go when we have to plow for the above ground parking. And the last one, I know everyone's tired. Has anyone thought about fire safety for all of these condos? What happens if a fire breaks out with the condos and all the residents around it? Just wanted to bring those points of concern up. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the delegate from council? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. For a second time, is there anybody who wishes to address council? Not seeing any. For a second time, for a third and final time, is there anybody who wishes to address council staff and the applicant with respect to this matter? All right, seeing none, I'll now close off that part of the meeting and I'll read the motion. It's moved by Councillor Best, seconded by Councillor Malbouf, that report DS 045-23 be received for information. Any questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Best.
Yes, again to staff, when do you estimate this report to coming back, given the a number of comments and concerns we've raised?
Through the chair to Councillor Best, we anticipate Q1, Q2, 24.
So about 6 months. One other concern I wanted to raise, some excellent comments here tonight, is also the increase in delivery vehicles. We're seeing this in a lot of neighborhoods, and you can get anything from your dinner to furniture delivered. And these vehicles take up a lot of room. From what I can see from these parking arrangements here, you're going to have just as much congestion within the property as you are on the outside. So it asks staff to look at that. And also the fact that one gentleman raised about CN. If you look at the site plan, you have, just to the south of it, 400 acres owned by CN lands between 25 and Bronny Street. We don't know what's going to happen there. And if needed with this, do we also put a warning clause? Say we have no control over CN. They could come up with a trucking yard or some other operation that we have no control, depending on the court cases coming up in December. But that is one of my concerns, because people have raised a number of legitimate concerns here, because and they raised about the level of trust. Well, unfortunately, as a councillor, in the last 2 years, this is the third application we've had that's been revised. We've had Shirling Heights, we've had the other one tonight, and now this one, where council approves one design, and due to many factors, the builder says, I can't make money at this. They come back, in this case, over double. So I'm concerned to staff is, what is the way of dealing with this type of thing? Because we're basing these plans and our infrastructure on what we've already approved. If we keep having revised plans, we're never going to be able to keep up.
All right, I'll have Jill respond to that. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Best, I do want to make a very important clarification. The proposal that was before council back in 2018, I believe, off the top of my head, that proposal never went to approval. It just went to a public meeting and it was never approved. Since that time, Mattamy is refining their proposal. So I just want to make it very clear that council has not approved a development for this site. Another piece that I do want to clarify is that the secondary plan for this area has designated this site for higher density development. I just want to make that very clear. There's no official plan amendment being contemplated now through this application. We are looking at a rezoning. The maximum heights in our official plan for this site is 15 stories. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, those in favor? It's carried. The next piece of business is the purchasing various. And my assumption is, unless you have a specific question of the treasurer, that you'll be considering the motion. Fair comment? Okay, does anybody? Yes, Councillor Ali.
Through the year, we get all of these purchasing various reports with various amendments. Usually it's an increase in XYZ numbers, and it's due to various reasons. I'm wondering if our staff have explored if there's any pattern here. Because I do think there's an opportunity to save some money here. I see the purchasing various numbers keep increasing and increasing. I understand lumber is expensive or contracts are expiring and they need to be renewed, but maybe we can find some efficiencies within here, because I really do feel there is something there.
Glenn, if you would respond.
Yeah. I mean, we'll certainly take that comment back. There is a lot of rigor put into these schedules before they're brought to council. And the reason that they're presented in this format is from a purchasing bylaw perspective. the interest in staff and having that transparency with council. So we do set a threshold that, you know, triggers the need. That's why you see some of these are smaller dollar values, not to diminish dollar values, but in any case where you're seeing an increase coming forward, it has been vetted by the project managers and the program staff in relation to the contract obligations that we secure through the competitive bid processes. And in part through those processes, we do try to refine and take a very specific detailed scope of work so as not to commit too much upfront and to have some rigor on the contractors we work with to justify any increases along the way. So we absolutely appreciate the sentiment. There is, you know, a lot that happens to arrive at this stage. And so you don't see all the requests that come forward from contractors because we're having those exact dialogues that you're interested in.
Fair enough. That makes sense. But I did notice an increased trend for this year. Just wanted to highlight that. Yeah.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Any other questions of the treasurer? All right, so I have a motion and I'm not going to read it. Moved by Councillor Best, second by Councillor Melboof, because I know you guys spent all weekend reading it, so you have it probably memorized. Any questions or final comments? All in favor? It's carried. The next matter is the declaration of intimate partner violence. This was a motion brought forward by Councillor Ali. So Councillor Ali, if you could introduce this, it would be appreciated.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce it. I'll take the opportunity to read the motion if that's okay.
It's up to you.
Thank you. I apologize and I thank you for everybody's cooperation, but I think it's important that we read this out because the numbers matter. Whereas the jury that educated the Carol Culleton, Anastasia Kuzik, and Natalie Varmerdam inquest issued 86 recommendations to the province of Ontario on intimate partner violence. And whereas recommendation number 1 of the inquest is for the province of Ontario to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic. And whereas every 6 days in Canada, a woman is killed by her intimate partner. And whereas on any given night in Canada, over 6,000 women and children sleep in shelters because it is not safe for them at home. And whereas this past year in Ontario, 52 women or one every week were victims of femicide. And whereas in Halton in 2022, there were 3,503 intimate partner violence calls made to Halton Regional Police, and there were 2,342 calls to the Women's Shelter Crisis Helpline calls. And whereas in Milton, over 20 local women were supported by shelters, and the Halton Regional Police received 188 crisis calls from Milton residents. And whereas Halton Women's Place receives 2,500 calls annually to its crisis information and support line, supports 400 to 600 women through their various outreach services, and sees 140 women and children through their safe shelter every year. And whereas 93% of the CAS domestic violence related intake cases involve a girl woman as the primary participant, and whereas the wait list for counseling can be difficult to access. And whereas violence against women costs the national justice system, healthcare systems, social service agencies, and municipalities billions of dollars per year. And municipalities are on the front line in addressing gender-based violence. And whereas Town of Milton Council recognizes that issues of violence against women in all communities are of local importance to the health and wellness of our residents. Therefore, be it resolved that the Town of Milton Council recognizes the issues of violence against women and girls in Milton as serious to the health and wellness of local families, and is committed to engaging with community partners to educate and support our residents about the seriousness and long-term danger of violence in our community. And that the Town of Milton Council declares in accordance with recommendation number 1 of the Renfrew inquest that intimate partner violence and violence against women are epidemic. And that the province of Ontario be requested to declare in accordance with the recommendation number 1 of the Renfrew inquest that intimate partner violence and violence against women are epidemic. Be it further resolved that this resolution be circulated to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Charmaine A. Williams, Associate Minister of Women's Social and Economic Opportunity, the Honorable Parm Gill, Minister of Red Tape Reduction and Milton MPP, Region of Halton, Halton Police Board, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Ontario's Big City Mayors. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Krantz.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When Councillor Lee approached me back some time ago now, whether I'd be supportive of this, and she definitely knew that I would be, because I think I'd mentioned at the time, probably 45 years ago, I was quite involved in setting up or help set up the Halton Women's Place here, and hoping that would just last for a short period of time. And of course, guess what? It hasn't. It's only growing, in my opinion. So it has to be identified. And you know, the word epidemic, and I believe that's the case. And we heard some of the people that presented here tonight, so wholeheartedly, supported and had no hesitation on seconding the motion at all. So thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Any other members of council wish to comment? All right. Hearing none. As I said, I'm not going to read the motion. Councillor Ali did that for me, so I owe her a glass of water. It has been suitably moved by Councillor Ali and seconded by his worship. Any questions, comments? All in favor? It's carried unanimously. The next item of business is the Adopt a Road Park program, and information update as to when it begins and where the funding is going to come from. Does anybody have any questions of staff about this report? All right, seeing none, I'll read the motion. It's moved by Councillor Best, second by Councillor Rijaz, that the Adopt a Road Park program be received for information. Any final comments or questions? All in favor? It's carried. And as his worship indicated at the beginning of the meeting, he now is going to assume the chair, and I will participate in the discussion about this matter. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Challoner. Certainly been a challenging evening so far there. An excellent job as far as I'm concerned there. So moving on with this, and again, we heard the deputations earlier on. And I know, the chief has a few comments, and Chief, I'm going to invite you to the podium. I know that you heard all of the presentations there. You might want to comment on those. And I know that you're very familiar with the report that we have in front of us here, because it's signed by yourself. So welcome, sir.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor and Chair, I'll just be presenting the motion before. So at the July 17th, 2023 council meeting, staff were directed by resolution to investigate banning the sale, distribution, and setting off of consumer fireworks for the town of Milton. Fireworks are set off for a number of reasons, including various holidays, religious and cultural expressions. And you'll notice from the report that staff did not really comment much about this aspect. And that's because the town of Milton, the most significant factor that needs to be understood is that regardless of the reason consumer fireworks are set off, less than 1% of the properties in urban Milton are able to meet the clearance requirements necessary for safe discharge, meaning they're already banned for the most part anyways. The town of Milton requires a 30 by 30 meter separation with an additional 20 meters for spectators as a minimum clearance area. To put this in perspective, a lot must be over a half acre of unobstructed land free of buildings, shrubs, and trees and overhead wires. This was discussed a lot tonight, so I just want to elaborate a little bit on the 30 by 30 meters. First of all, as the fire chief, I've been tasked with fire life safety for the town of Milton. And with my 34 years of experience, I wholeheartedly stand by those clearance numbers. These are consumer fireworks that we put in the hands of people that they don't have the knowledge, the skills, or the trainings, and they have a type of explosive in their hands. So we have to have a minimum clearance. We need a buffer to prevent fires, unnecessary injuries. We don't have those for exhibition fireworks. We don't have a minimum clearance because those are professionals. The professionals can actually look at the fireworks. There's formulas to determine the distance and follow zones and all the rest. But we do have them for the public, and it's for safety reasons. And note too that these are minimum requirements. There are some fireworks as consumer fireworks that shoot up to 40, 50 meters in the air. Using the same formulas, they need about 125 meters by 125 meter clearance. So again, we're only talking about the minimum. And lastly, on that note too, that we found interesting. So another key part of this is the information that's out there for the public. So Division Chief Michaels, who's here, he's our Division Chief of Fire Prevention. His portfolio is public safety, education, and fire prevention. In his research for this, he looked up the Good Neighbor program from the Canadian National Fireworks Association. In their very program, they talk about choosing an open area away from buildings, vehicles, overhead obstructions, and dry bushes, other vegetation which could catch fire. A minimum clearance of 30 meters and 30 meters is required for the safe use of aerial fireworks, and 20 meters by 20 meters for fountain and other ground effects, and keep 20 meters spectators another 20 meters away. So this was brought up by one of the delegates, and this is actually a recommendation within their Be a Good Neighbor program. So Milton Fire and Rescue would consider approving consumer fireworks applications which meet all bylaw requirements, including minimum age of 18, property meeting clearance requirements, a review of the fireworks being discharged, because the minimum clearance can fluctuate depending on the type of fireworks being discharged. Spectator distance must be at least twice the height of the effect for straight articles and 2.5 times the height for effects for angled articles. And this is where this complex formula comes in that the professionals should be focused on. As stated in the report, only 2 rural Milton residents received permits for consumer fireworks in 2023, and 0 permits were approved in urban Milton. So this was based on the minimum clearance required, that only 2 rural members had the basic distance. So when in the report, when it said only 2 people were affected, that was in reference to the 2 people that actually could receive permits. This also means that every other firework being sold and set off is in contravention of our bylaw. And it's done a bylaw that's put in place to keep the community safe. Anyone discharging fireworks in unsuitable locations puts the community at greater risk of structure fires, property damage, injury to persons or animals, and this creates a need for emergency response. Throughout the year, we hear from residents and see comments on social media related to enforcement aspects, which is a common challenge in all municipalities. It's difficult to arrive at a location where fireworks are being set off in a timely manner and to successfully enforce the fireworks bylaw. Enforcement agencies must witness the discharge of the fireworks and be able to identify the person or persons involved. Similarly, if fireworks were to be banned, it would still be very difficult to enforce the bylaw. However, restricting access by not permitting consumer fireworks sales in the town should reduce the number of fireworks being set off. In speaking with our counterparts in the town of Caledon and the city of Brampton, they indicated that they have seen a drastic reduction in the number of complaints and illegal use of fireworks since the implementation of the respective bans. This also includes sales, so this is likely a good indicator of the change in behavior the town of Milton can expect to see if the ban was put in place here. The report did not speak to banning exhibition fireworks. This is key, which to our knowledge has never been an issue in Milton. This is largely due to exhibition fireworks being set up in a controlled setting using trained professionals in suitable locations during designated times. This is likely a much suitable and safer alternative than consumer fireworks. So we're not banning fireworks in the town of Milton. We're banning, or the recommendation is the ban of consumer ones. Exhibitions one, where someone can hire a professional to come out and do it, is still within the bylaw. And finally, I just want to make a couple of clarification points. The National Fire Protection Association is a national board that we use that governs us on every part of our service, from public education to prevention. It regulates what our fire trucks are, how our bunker gear is made. It's not an American body, it's a national body, and we rely on them heavily. The Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs as well. Both those organizations recommend that municipalities ban fireworks due to their dangers. Furthermore, the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs also recommends a strategy to ban the importation of importing fireworks into our country as well. They note that if you're looking for Canadian statistics, there's 669 fires started by fireworks. And last point previously too, I think sparklers were brought up. Just to put it in context of a sparkler burns at 1200 degrees. Glass melts at 900 degrees. Sparklers are extremely hot and can cause public safety issues like anything else. So lastly, we know that most of our municipalities not meet the clearance requirements for consumer fireworks, and no one wants to see anyone get hurt or have their property damaged as a result of it.
Thank you, Chief. Members of Council, are there any questions of the Chief and his report? Seeing none, and again, I know Councillor Chandler, I'm going to go to you first, but I'm going to read the motion that I have and the amendment so everyone knows what we're going to be voting on very shortly, hopefully. The motion I have is moved by Councillor Ijaz, second by Councillor Malboof. The council receive report CMS 010-23 fireworks sale, distribution and discharge review as information. And the amendment that's put forward is moved by Councillor Chandler and second by Councillor Best. And the staff be directed to bring forward the necessary bylaw to ban the sale, distribution, and setting off of consumer fireworks in Milton at the next regular meeting of council. And Madam Clerk, when we get to this, I will deal with the amendment first, correct? And then, of course, the main motion that's been duly moved in second. So that's going to be the format. So, yeah. That, Councillor Chandler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I sent a note out to all members of council this morning, as well as staff. And Chief Gatto makes a very important point that I wish to reiterate, and that is consumer fireworks versus exhibition displays. This is not about banning exhibition displays. Quite frankly, this is about encouraging more exhibition displays. There was a time in this community and other communities across the country that the consumer could buy very few fireworks. They weren't available, and what was available was pretty minor in nature, and that changed. And with that changed is public use of them. And unfortunately, what hasn't changed is public education. And while Milton Fire Department has been very good at providing public education, it hasn't been universal in terms of the industry providing proactive public education. And as every member of this council has experienced, this has become an unfortunate issue in our community that has to be dealt with. And I've made it very clear in my note to everybody about the opportunity that exists for all groups to participate in Canada Day, Victoria Day, Diwali, Lunar New Year, and other events that people wish to have, as long as the property is appropriately sized. You've got people who are properly trained, and they're using an exhibition display that is appropriate for the area that they wish to use it. You know, we can have more than one Canada Day fireworks display. When this town was less than 30,000 people, we did. Same with Victoria Day, we had more than one display. And when I look at the parks that are in our community, there is, and other areas, subject to approval by obviously town staff, there is an opportunity for a professional fireworks display that will have an audience of thousands of people at each of those displays. And I think that is the safe alternative, because unfortunately, and I share this failure, Peter Gatto and I had a discussion that we brought before council a couple of years ago. We had a revised bylaw, it didn't work. That's why we're back here again. It did not work. It didn't make the situation worse. It didn't improve the situation the way we thought, and that's why it's back here again. And it's unfortunate, but the time has come. I've heard enough from the public. I have a great respect for the chief and the work he and his department are doing in terms of keeping this community safe. And I think this is unfortunately the move forward, but it does represent an opportunity, quite frankly, for many more professional displays in this community, which will make many more people happy than we're currently making happy today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo a lot of the comments made by Councillor Challoner, but I have a few of my own. Everybody knows around this chamber that I've had some experience with explosive devices. So I know how they work and what effect they have. The main component of a firework is gunpowder. the same component that is used by the military to fire artillery rounds, rockets, and missiles. In order for a firework to work, you have to ignite that gunpowder and cause it to explode. Does anyone truly believe that it is safe and responsible to allow untrained, inexperienced, unqualified individuals to ignite gunpowder and fire off mini missiles and rockets within our urban setting? If fireworks are safe, as some will assert, how do we explain the number of deaths and injuries associated with fireworks? The United States averaged 6 deaths and over 10,000 injuries a year associated with the misuse of fireworks. There have been 10 deaths so far in 2023 in the US. Vancouver banned fireworks 2 years ago. And since then, they have seen a major drop in injuries as well as in property damages caused by fireworks. Now, some of you may remember firecrackers, or some of you may be too young, but firecrackers were common and readily available when I was growing up. They were deemed to be safe, but no longer. In 1972, the Canadian government banned the sale and possession of firecrackers after 2 young children were killed and 3 others severely injured due to the misuse of firecrackers. So do we wait until a similar incident occurs with fireworks, which I suggest are even more dangerous than firecrackers were, before we act and restrict access to these explosive devices and prevent them from being used by the inexperienced and unqualified general public? Now, as for the delegations we heard from, I understand their position and hear their concerns. But let us not forget that their first priority is the protection of their bottom line, their revenues. Their main interest is protecting their businesses and sources of income, while our priority should be the safety and protection of our constituents. Mr. Mayor, the debate we're having tonight is very similar to the debate we had, 10, 15 years ago when Councillor Chalanar brought forward a motion to ban smoking in all public areas, including bars and restaurants. We heard from the restaurant and bar industries that was going to devastate their business and ruin them. That did not occur. And in fact, a year later, the province passed legislation identical to what we had passed the year before. We were at the leading edge of that anti-smoking process, and I believe we should be the same with this. And finally, I want to commend staff for bringing forward such a detailed and comprehensive report that tells us that banning the sales of fireworks would have no significant financial impact on our retailers, as so few of them actually sell the product. And so with that in mind, and based on the findings of this report, I support the banning of the sales and the use of all fireworks in Milton, and will be supporting the amendment. And at the time, I have a friendly amendment to the amendment.
Okay, very good. Is there any further speakers? Councillor Tester-Pearson, go ahead, please.
Just a question of staff, because we've mentioned the exhibition opportunity. Right now, it's basically Canada Day, and I don't even know what else we have. I think it's just Canada Day. Would staff be able to put together a framework or some kind of package available to the public so that if there are groups that want to apply for the exhibition style community event, it would be easy for them to do so and they would have the information all in one place?
I suspect, Chief, you along with the clerk, I suspect would take the lead in that. Would that be a safe assumption on my part?
Yes, that's correct.
Councillor? Councillor Ellie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I heard one of my colleagues mention parks in the future might have the permission to do exhibition fireworks. For example, will that be allowed in Milton Sports Center? My question is for Christine.
Scott?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Lee, the current bylaw with respect to exhibition fireworks already provides a provision to lands where appropriate with appropriate sign off, et cetera, and I actually have the delegated authority to sign those types of things off. So if we were to receive requests from groups for exhibition fireworks, there are a few parameters, obviously, as part of that bylaw, insurance requirements, setting off by a trained professional, et cetera. And certainly we would look at the clearance requirements. Not every area obviously would be acceptable. based on a clearance requirement perspective. So we would certainly review those types of things to see what lands in Milton are acceptable. We do know there are lands that are outside of our control, i.e. Country Heritage Park, Fairgrounds, Mohawk Racetrack, things like that do meet the requirements, but we would just have to take a closer look.
Thank you for that. I understand the intent of this motion. I fully support the intent of this motion. We have to make sure we ensure the safety of our residents. Over the years, I've received many calls and the chief knows that I forwarded to him mostly of people, using fireworks on their driveways and backyards, extremely dangerous. Sometimes these fireworks are bouncing off of cars, hitting basketball nets, catching fire. But end of the story, we need to do better with enforcement. That is, I think, the root cause of this whole issue. And I see it repeated again and again in this report that, if we ban it or if we don't ban it, we cannot enforce it. End of story. Earlier this year, I got together with yourself, with Christine, we sat down, we tried to see if there was any opportunity where we could have designated spaces. Let's say one in Ward 1, one in Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4, that could be kind of rented out as per se, fireworks, monitored area. But it was identified that that is not possible either. Currently, fireworks are not allowed at parks even. So if fireworks are not allowed, consumer fireworks are not allowed in parks, not allowed on streets, not allowed on driveways, of course, not safe on driveways and backyards. I don't think a ban is necessary. I mean, right here it says on page 143, in essence, fireworks are already banned for the most part of the urban area in Milton, based on lot size requirements. So in essence, we already have a ban. I think the problem is the enforcement. And I really want us to take a step back from this and come back with some enforcement solutions, because I think that is the solution, really.
Anything further? And again, I know that was more of a statement than a question. So, yeah. Councillor Kolke.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to build off of that, I was also, Chief, you mentioned it in relation to we may see a reduction in firework use in the community just because it's harder to get. That being said, the enforcement challenges still could be there for people who do get it, whether it's online or from other communities that come back here. Just wondering to the mover seconder if a pilot program has been considered instead of a immediate outright ban, just so we can take the time to reassess those stats in our community with how much of a percentage, if any, it's reduced actual unlawful discharges. And then we can address the enforcement issue as a result of the ban that we put in and reassess whether we need a permanent ban altogether after the year pilot. Some thoughts on that from anybody who wants to speak.
If you look at
just before Councillor Chandler, I know Councillor Malboof has suggested a friendly amendment and maybe along the same lines as what you're thinking. I have no idea. But I know Councillor Malboof, you seconded the one motion. If you were to withdraw that, it would make it certainly a little clearer unless there was somebody else that wanted a second. And really what that is saying is it just be received for information. And I don't think that's what we want to do. But I just throw that out there for thought. But Councillor Chandler, you had some thought.
Councillor Malboof's amendment relates to the fine. Okay, yeah. With respect to your question, so essentially, we talked about a ban 2.5 years ago and decided not to, and it was, let's see how this works. And it didn't work. So we've had our pilot, essentially. And, we failed. Councillor Ali raises a very valid point about enforcement. It would be great, but enforcement, as Chief Gatto has explained, is almost physically impossible. I mean, you're a police officer, the evidence that you have to put together when somebody illegally lets off fireworks. And if by the time you get there, they're gone and it's a cold case, you're done. And that's the problem. It's not the people who are letting off fireworks at 10 o'clock at night, even though a lot of them were illegal. the ones that are really bothering people are the ones at 11 o'clock at night, midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. And I've had them in my neighborhood, and those people call me as soon as it happens. So, that's the issue. And so enforcement, unfortunately, is just not effective, unfortunately, just because of the legal logistics associated with laying a charge. And you know that better than anybody around this table. That's the issue. And as I said before, with respect to the last 2 years, that's been our pilot and we failed. And that's why we're here.
Councillor Kulke, you still have the floor.
Yeah, perfect. No, thank you for that. Chief, I don't know if you have anything to add on that as well, your thoughts?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've worked through celebrations where there's fireworks. I've tried to narrow, like you can see the fireworks go off. I would, as a district chief, would be trying to narrow down. I never got there. And I, on duty, could see the fireworks. By the time I figured out what street it was, I got to it. I think it was this house, that house, it was over. And that was with lots of fireworks in the air. It was very, very difficult.
Thank you, Councillor Hijaz. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I completely agree with Councillor Chandler's motion, the amendment motion, but I guess the sort of question or so a comment I have is the cost that's affiliated with, as Councillor Ali brought up, enforcement, the cost with enforcement, and let's say added enforcement. Second, if we were to, as a town, participate in doing exhibitions, what that cost looks like, and where are we headed with that? So I think, I guess this is for staff, where I would be curious to know what the cost associated with such an exhibition program would be.
With costs on that, Christine, would you be the appropriate one?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure you could see me because normally you're facing me and now you're not. So I guess regarding the cost of enforcement, I think the fire chief already spoke to enforcement, and it doesn't matter which way you slice the bread, it's not going to get buttered. And regarding the cost of exhibition fireworks, they vary, but this would not be, the town would not be putting on exhibition fireworks. This would be through community groups, organizations, businesses and whatnot that would take this on. This would not be a town operated, very similar to Canada Day, because Canada Day is operated by a separate committee at the fairgrounds.
Councillor Hijaz, go ahead.
Just to follow up. So we've mentioned other cities and towns such as Brampton, Caledon that have banned fireworks. Are they being taken care of? Because I know Brampton does a sort of an exhibition type thing as well. Is that being taken care of the city itself or people?
Taken care of with respect to the hosting of the fireworks displays?
Yeah, the cost.
So having worked in both those municipalities, I can say this for a fact that that in some aspects where municipalities like Brampton, for example, host Canada Day and whatnot, they also host other celebrations, but they directly run special events. And the service level here in Milton is that we do not directly run special events. Those are done by our community groups and organizations.
Councillor Hijaz, any further?
No, that'd be it. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chandler?
Yeah, Your Worship, back in the day, as you'll recall, we were putting on exhibition displays in some Milton parks. So for example, the Mill Pond. And Councillor Ali raises a valid point. If we're going to encourage exhibition displays, then what we probably should do is investigate where we in fact could have them hosted. The Mill Pond is owned by us, and it was a great place at the time to do it. Yes, the streets were closed off, obviously. We know about the fairgrounds. We know about Country Heritage Park, as well as Mohawk, and those are private, they're not ours. But we do have large parks where, unless, we're setting off something very, very large, it may be feasible. And I think it probably would be a good idea for town staff to get their head around that and understand, what is feasible within our park system that we could manage.
Yeah, quite true. In just a moment, I'm going to go back to Councillor Malboof there, but one small editorial on the point that you just made there, especially with the Mill Pond and in the town's ownership of that. I can recall back in the day when some of the, the comments were very, very positive because of the reflection, believe it or not, the fireworks going into the air and then reflecting off the mill pond. It was very, very nice. A lot of comments back in the day. So I think that's a good thought that staff could certainly think about. Mr. CEO, go ahead.
So I just wanted to add through you, Mr. Chair, just the thought that we're about to make a difficult decision, right? And so I would just say, let's not be trying to squeeze into some other uniform here. The Commissioner of Community Services makes a point that we do not run a service level of festivals and events. And so I would challenge you that we're going to face an extremely tight budget year, and let's make sure we're not jumping from one fish into another fire. If council's wish is that we get into a service level to do festivals and events, then so be it. But let's be cognizant of where we're resourced and what our priorities are at this point. And I just say that as a backdrop. You're facing a very difficult decision, and there's difficult choices to be made.
Couldn't agree more. Councillor Challoner and then Councillor Ali.
Yeah, so on that point, as I said in my note this morning, we have two sources for organizations to get funds to host exhibition fireworks displays. We have the Milton Community Fund, which is not, a burden on the taxpayer. And they also have the Ontario Petroleum Foundation, which also funds these kinds of activities. And then some members have their own resources to do this. And some may pass the hat or charge fees, and some have, as we know, in the past. So I'm not suggesting for a minute that the town of Milton is suddenly in this business. All I'm suggesting is there is an external resource for any organization to come forward to fund this.
For sure. Great point. Councillor Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I know Christine had a comment to make.
This is not the position to be in. Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Worship. I didn't want to lose sight of that locations question. And certainly exhibition fireworks, as it stated in the bylaw, we would review locations. So in the almost over 8 years that I've been here, I've never had a request come through for exhibition fireworks on town lands. So I don't expect there to all of a sudden be a plethora of these types of applications. But certainly if anyone was interested in hosting exhibition fireworks, we would work with them to find a suitable location, whether that be on our property somewhere or in an alternative location in the town of Milton. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. I only assume that that may happen, but Councillor Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that, Christine, because I just wanted to clarify, when I mentioned other parks, I only mentioned the permitting and the bylaw aspect of it, not asking the town to get into the business of. Just wanted to make that clarification. Secondly, I also wanted to get a clarification, much to Councillor Challoner's point, that, if you ban fireworks, like you said, hopefully that will decrease the infractions, contraventions, but at the same time, people should be provided an opportunity to celebrate legally, right? Let's take the example of Diwali, for example. Currently, we have Canada Day celebration, Victoria Day, whatnot. We don't have a big Diwali celebration. So the community will need to figure something out. So I just want to make sure that tonight, let's say if I end up supporting this ban, that we already have a roadmap for a community to apply for a permit and legally celebrate their festival to the maximum ability safely within the bylaws. And so I just wanted confirmation of that because that will help me decide.
And again, confirmation for that would be Ms. Scott. You're on the
Mayor's going to get dizzy. He keeps swiveling around there. Thanks for the question, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Lee. Community Services is in the business of working with community organizations, regardless of the types of events, celebrations, et cetera, that they wish to have. And so we absolutely work with community groups, individuals, organizations, or whatnot. to try to meet what they are trying to achieve within the confines of the bylaw. So certainly if there were groups that were interested and they said, oh, we'd like to get together and host a Diwali celebration, where do I start? We would connect them with our team and we would walk them through the process.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That really helps. I really am concerned about the contraventions because Councillor Marshall and I know that we have the rule house in our ward, right smack dab center of Sunny Mount Park. And it scares me to death every time people are letting off fireworks there on Victoria Day or Canada Day, which is not legal at all. But I'm scared to even think about what might happen if one goes wayside and lands in the rule house, which already is in shambles, so to speak. Thank you.
Okay, you made your point there on that, but my front yard is Victoria Park, and guess what I see from time to time there as well. So same concerns, it happens. But by the time I was to go out there, anybody else, they're gone. So yeah, that point's already been made well. Councillor Malboof, I'm going to go back to you. You had a suggestion there, and I'm going to assume that Councillor Chandler and Councillor Best may or may not support that in the amendment. So the addition to the amendment.
Okay, just that as I said, I'd be supporting the amendment, but I'd like added at the end that the fine for violating the fireworks bylaw be increased to the amount of $800 from the current $265. My reason for bringing this forward is to act as a greater deterrent and maybe have people think twice about purchasing or illegally using the fireworks. So I know the enforcement issue was going to be difficult, but maybe the $800 deterrent may again reduce that amount of people.
Just before I get to Councillor Chandler and Councillor Best, if I had to rationalize, or any one of us, the $800 versus say 900 or 500, I guess the question is, what's magical about 800? So, because I'm sure that we'll be confronted with that.
Yeah, I was considering 1,000, but I'm using the Walmart theory, just cut it underneath a little bit. So, I mean, if somebody wants to amend it to $1,000, I'd be happy. There are some
not that I'm suggesting it, but I just throw that out.
So I just came up with a number.
Okay, that's fair enough. Councillor Chandler, your thoughts? You support that as mover of this?
Probably should vote on that separately.
Okay, then that's that's going to be dealt with separately. Then,
I'll move it to get it on the floor.
Okay, and that's the $800. And do I have a seconder? Who moves? Oh, you're moving. Okay, moving second. That the fine be $800. Those in favor of that amount? Opposed? 1, 2, 3. That's let's see that again then. I think there's 4 and 4. Yeah, 4 and 4. It's carried $800 as it is. Okay. Now dealing with the amended motion, you've heard me read it out before there. Does it need to be read out again? At least in my opinion, it's not necessary. Those in favor of the amendment? Okay, opposed? I might add it's carried unanimously because I attach my support to it there too. So Madam Clerk, I would imagine the original motion by Councillor Ijaz and Malboof is redundant now. It's a safe assumption on my part. Good. So that's carried. Hey, Councillor Chandler, I'm going to flip it back over to you. And I know we have the introduction notice of motion, regional council update statement by members. But I also would remind my colleagues that we do have to go into camera. We do have to come back into open session. So all of us, including me, keep that in mind. Okay. Councillor Chandler, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your handling the delegations was masterful. But I need you right now to move a motion that we extend this council meeting past 11 p.m. And I'm looking for a seconder as well, Councillor Malboof. Any discussion? All in favor? It's carried.
It's rather odd. We haven't had to do that, Mr. Chair, for a long, long time. So
Yes.
it happens once in a while. Thank you.
Used to be a regular part of some of our council meetings. No new introductions of notices of motion. Regional Council update. Yes, Councillor Best.
Yes, two quick items. At Regional Council, we referred an item for the accelerated allocation program till December, but after today's announcement, I'm not too sure what the effect is, but I expect our Commissioner of Development will be coming back with a report on the situation we now find ourselves in and what the costs were hopefully getting back from the province.
Any other regional councillors have updates for us? Okay, seeing none. Oh, sorry, Your Worship.
Mr. Chairman, just picking up on what Councillor Best just introduced there. The CEO and I had brief conversations today as what's evolving around the province there. I don't have a total handle on it yet, but it very well could impact us negatively. I don't know enough about it, but we really have to be on top of what's evolving by the and with the province right now. So, I'm a little concerned, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Councillor Malboof.
Thank you. Further to the regional council meeting, not only was the allocation program deferred, but there was another issue that was coming forward. We were looking at a long day. The other issue was a motion brought forward by council from Burlington and Halton Hills concerning the future of Halton region and regional government. So the mover and seconder decided to defer it, to send it back to the local councils. So we'll be getting something, I guess, to take a look at it. No deadline was set, no date was set for the deferral, but for a meeting that was going to look 6 to 7 hours, we were out of there by 11. So,
Councillor Ali.
Just further to what my colleague just shared, I just wanted to share with all of my other colleagues on local council that the Standing Committee on Heritage, Infrastructure and Cultural Policy, which in fact will decide the governance structure for Halton, has public hearings happening, and it's on Monday, November 6th. And those who wish to delegate to the committee must register no later than October 30th. So there's an opportunity for all of my local colleagues as well to register and comment on, the regional or the local structure in Halton. Just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Much appreciated. Any further comments from the region? Okay. Statement by members within the municipal realm. Councillor Best.
Yeah, just one question to our development commissioner. In view that the federal and provincial governments have voted to remove the HST from rental construction, and the interest we have in building housing to better where they're located, our staff looking at ways to accelerate the approvals, because I know this is one of the criticisms that municipalities face is the delays in terms of getting applications approved.
Jill?
Through the chair to Councillor Best, that's absolutely something that we can take back. There are some mechanisms that we could bring forward to council, such as delegated authority for certain rental development approvals to staff. That's one mechanism, but we'll take that back. And there's been a lot of announcements. It seems every other day there's another announcement. So we're just, trying to translate all of that, and we will certainly circle back.
Thank you, and looking forward to the report.
Your Worship.
Just on that point, Chairman, again, the accelerator funding there. I signed a letter a few days ago, and again, our MP, he encouraged us, when I say us, both CEO and myself met with him, a week or so ago, on attempting to hopefully get some of those funds. And I know you connect some of the dots with what Councillor Best is talking about. So not sure, Mr. CEO, if you want to elaborate on that or whether we should at this point, but I think we're on top of it.
Yeah, fairly simple to say. Money that's out there, we could use it. So we're communicating regularly with the ministry and their staff about what we'd be interested in.
Anything further, Your Worship? Anything further from regional councillors? Okay. we would be going into confidential session here, but I'll ask the question. Does anybody have any reason to go in camera to talk about the IATSE matter? And if not, then we will approve it now in public. Oh, Your Worship?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was under the impression that staff would like to go in camera.
Not for this one.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, so do this and then we'll deal with the issue you identified. Okay, so hearing of nobody wanting to go in camera on that matter, it's moved by Councillor Ejaz and seconded by Councillor Malboof. The recommendations contained in staff report CORS-053-23 be approved. Any comments or questions? All in favor? It's carried. Okay. So this is the motion, Your Worship, to go into confidential session. That council convene into confidential session to discuss a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the town, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitiveness position of or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization regarding a verbal update on NG 911. I've got the motion. All in favor? Thank you. Did this language, I have a question for two councillors, Councillor Marshall and Councillor Tester Dirksen. Did this language seem familiar to you? Not at all. Anyway, it's carried, Your Worship. We're in camera. Staff need a couple of minutes to sort of get us ready.
Just about a 90-second break.
Yeah, it's a time for a bio break, I think. Yeah. when the media used to be waiting outside. So we're back. So I have a motion related to the in-camera session that was moved by Councillor Ijaz and seconded by Councillor Malbouf that the verbal update regarding NG 911 be received. I'm sure there's no discussion. All in favor? It's carried. So the last item of business is a number of bylaws. And this motion has been moved by Councillor Best and seconded by Councillor Malbouf. That bylaw numbers 0732023 through and including bylaw 085-2023 be read, passed, and numbered, and that the mayor and the town clerk be authorized to sign the said bylaws, seal them with the seal of the corporation, and that they be engrossed in the bylaw book. Any discussion? All in favor? It's carried. And I believe, Your Worship, that concludes this evening's meeting. You and I were both wrong as to when it was going to end. So that a note to council, don't take any betting advice from either the mayor or myself for at least the next 30 days. Thank you for your patience. It was a long night and we acquitted ourselves well, and enjoy the rest of the week.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And by the way, Nina said 10:30. She was only an hour and 15 minutes out, but she was the closest.
Yeah. Take care, guys. We're adjourned.